Kammer unterstützt die Initiative von Lissabon bis Wladiwostok. Ihr Ziel ist die Schaffung eines gemeinsamen Wirtschaftsraumes zwischen der Europäischen Union (EU) und der Eurasischen Wirtschaftsunion (EAWU). Der Initiative haben sich inzwischen mehr als 100 Firmen aus 8 europäischen Ländern angeschlossen.
В нынешнем мире даже великая держава Россия или Европейский Союз недостаточно сильны, чтобы играть очень значительную роль. Нужно сотрудничество. Это не мы придумали, это наша компания так считает. По нашим опросам, если 2 года тому назад только 35% считали, что ЕАЭС важен, сейчас это число удвоилось.
Innovationen und Digitalisierung sind heute weitere Schwerpunkte der Arbeit der deutsch-russischen Auslandshandelskammer. Die German-Russian Initiative for Digitalization, kurz GRID, vereint bei Digitalisierung und Industrie 4.0 das Beste aus beiden Ländern. Bei GRID sind dabei die 3 Unternehmensverbände RSPP, Ostausschuss und AHK sowie mehr als ein Dutzend bedeutender Technologiekonzerne wie Siemens, SAP und Volkswagen sowie Rostelekom, Kaspersky und Cyfra.
Наши компании неоднократно выезжали в Германию, в разные земли, Баден-Вюртемберг, Баварию, знакомились с работой предприятий, которые уже в индустрии 4.0 функционируют в самых разных отраслях. В равной степени мы тоже считаем, ну, если не удивили, то ввели, так сказать, наших немецких коллег в курс цифровых решений на российских предприятиях. Так что мы, с одной стороны, в рамках этих обмена бизнес-миссиями увидели, что стороны на равных могут разговаривать друг с другом, а самое главное, что они могут быть полезны друг другу в том, чтобы за счет партнерства и кооперации, условно говоря, успешно конкурировать с компаниями из третьих стран.
Auch wir selbst, die Kammer und die Delegation der deutschen Wirtschaft, waren gut vorbereitet, als die Maßnahmen zur Coronavirus-Bekämpfung 2020 die Umstellung der vielen Veranstaltungen auf Online-Formate nötig machte. Wir hatten bereits vor Jahren agiles Management eingeführt, beim weltweiten Innovationswettbewerb unserer Mutterorganisation DIHK eine Goldmedaille gewonnen und für uns, unsere Partner und Mitglieder, zügig eine eigene Online-Veranstaltungsplattform entwickelt. Der russische Deutsche Franz Lefort hat einmal zu seinem russischen Freund, Zar und Reformer Peter dem Großen gesagt, unsere Vergangenheit war großartig, aber wie wird die Zukunft aussehen? Sie ist viel wichtiger. Diese Frage stellen wir dem gegenwärtigen Chef der Kammer.
Мы идем ногу со временем, мы слушаем те вызовы, которые есть. Мы стараемся быть максимально близко к нашему бизнесу, немецкому бизнесу, российскому бизнесу. Ну, мы в год нашей юбилеи перешагали границы 1000 членов палаты. В этом есть своя символика, потому что Россия и Германия уже 1000 лет соседи. Там были ужасные моменты, 2 ужасные войны. Но все-таки мы соседи. И еще 1000 лет мы будем соседами.
Die wichtigsten Themen. Die aktuellsten Ereignisse. Traditionen, die sich über Jahrhunderte hinweg entwickelt haben. Eine zukunftsweisende Kooperation, die strategisch wichtig ist für die internationalen Beziehungen, basierend auf einer seit vielen Jahren andauernden Zusammenarbeit beider Staaten. Zu Beginn jedes Jahres veranstaltet die Deutsch-Russische Auslandshandelskammer mit Unterstützung des Deutschen Industrie- und Handelskammertags und der Delegation der deutschen Wirtschaft in der Russischen Föderation eine große Konferenz. Ihr wichtigstes Ziel ist es, Russlands Image als Investitionsstandort zu verbessern. Das Jahr 2019. Russische Wettbewerbsfähigkeit, neue Wege. Auf der Konferenz stellt die Deutsch-Russische Auslandshandelskammer ihre Position zur Ostsee-Pipeline Nord Stream 2 vor. Die deutsche Wirtschaft tritt nachdrücklich dafür ein, dass das Projekt planmäßig umgesetzt wird. Das Jahr 2020. Innovation als Wachstumsmotor. Auf der Konferenz in Berlin trifft der deutsche Wirtschafts- und Energieminister Peter Altmaier erstmals Vertreter der neuen russischen Regierung. Mit Industrie- und Handelsminister Denis Manturov und Putins neuem Berater Maxim Oreschkin berät der CDU-Politiker über lohnende Kooperationsmöglichkeiten zwischen Deutschland und Russland. Das Jahr 2021. Neue Wege, deutsch-russische Partnerschaften. In diesem Jahr wird die Großveranstaltung erstmals in einem interaktiven Online-Format und mit einer Rekordzahl von Teilnehmern stattfinden. Mehr als 1000 Gäste statt der üblichen 500. Die Liste der Redner ist hochkarätig besetzt, mit Ministern der beiden Staaten, Diplomaten, CEOs und Firmeninhabern. Veranstaltungsort ist diesmal eine Hightech-Plattform, die vom AHK-Team entwickelt wurde. Professionelle Simultandolmetscher sorgen dafür, dass die Kommunikation reibungslos in 3 Sprachen verläuft: auf Deutsch, Russisch und Englisch. Seien Sie dabei. Mit unserem neu geschaffenen Kommunikationsformat werden wir gemeinsam die Zukunft gestalten.
Welcome to the Conference on Strategic Cooperation between Germany and Russia 2021. This year, it is held under the slogan of the new ways, new paths of the Russian-German partnership. A representation of the German Economic Society and the DIHK, the Chamber of Commerce, keep this tradition, and it is the only event that attracts so many high-level officials, managers. So we welcome today Peter Altmaier, Federal Minister of Economic Affairs, Denis Manturov, Minister of Industry and Trade, Michael Kretschmer, Minister President of the State of Saxony, Stefan Weil, Minister President of the State of Lower Saxony, and also head coach of the Russian football team, Mr. Cherchesov. It is for the first time that the Conference on Strategic Partnership is held online. So you have a choice to pick the language you need. So 3 languages are supported simultaneously: Russian, German, and English. In the upper part of the screen, you can choose the language you need. There is a window which enables you to be on a chat. Besides, you can ask your questions using the chat. Also, you will see the agenda and the program of the conference. Also, you can watch the conference on YouTube of the Chamber of Commerce and also on the Facebook page. We expect to hold three panels today, three discussions on pharmaceutical dialogue between Russia and Germany. Esteemed Dr. van Sleben, esteemed Ambassador von Geyer, esteemed Ambassador Nechayev, dear friends, partners from the Eastern Committee of the German economy. I would like to welcome you to the 8th Conference on Strategic Partnership between Germany and Russia. And I am the chairman of the board of DIHK and also a delegate of the German economy to the Russian Federation. We hold the conference in cooperation with the DIHK. You know, in Moscow, when I woke up this morning, I saw that the mercury dropped down to 20 degrees Celsius and so much snow fell over the recent days. So many towns and cities were paralyzed, and minus temperatures now is the typical sign of the state of relations between Russia and Germany. They are very cool. They have never been that for many years. And besides, the relations are very important to us. So I hope that today's conference will be at least some contribution in order to raise the temperature in our relations, so that new bridges would be laid. And that's why the slogan of today's conference is New Paths of Development of the Russian-German Partnership. I would like to thank all those sponsors who made it possible to hold the conference in this unique format. Our main sponsor is Volkswagen Group Russia, platinum sponsors RSP International, SMS Group, and gold sponsors Reuten Buchkraft, Buchern Kinder Interheim, Rodland Partner, and silver sponsors. Now I'm turning the floor to Berlin, and I'd like to welcome Dr. Martin van Sleben, who is the CEO of the Association of German Chambers of Commerce. Welcome, Dr. van Sleben. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome you there in Russia. I would like to welcome also those who watch the broadcast from Germany. And, you know, it's true. When the snow melts, roads get dirty and misty, but still we believe that this much frost is too much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not certain if you watched our film, which is entitled A Century of Relations and a Quarter of a Century of Relations. You can see that this topic is extremely important both for the German and Russian sides. Matthias Schaap made a point of it too. So we keep on countering a lot of barriers, political barriers in the first place. I can recall the first conference on strategic cooperation between Germany and Russia, and at that time we set forth some objectives. Stefan Altmaier introduced a slogan at that time, partnership for modernization. And the DIHK is focusing on SMEs. We've held a number of conferences, but now we can really see how cold our relations are. It's really like winter, and Matthias Schaap made a point of that. Now I'm going to welcome you from Berlin, and here online. You know, in this building I'm staying now, we have 2 floors here, but I'm actually a sole person who's in the room. You can see how that office looks like. I'm not saying that it is a sad picture, but that's today a reality, and that's the reality we will have to get accustomed to. But anyway, I would like to say that if we manage to make our relations warmer, otherwise we will also have to keep an eye on the equipment, and since I'm not certain if you can hear me. But anyway, now we are we're extending the word of welcome to nearly 1,000 visitors, both from Germany and Russia. We are happy that you have joined us. So earlier we had that dream, and since Matthias Schaap joined the team, we've been working very hard so that the German-Russian economic relations can be beneficial for either side. We practice various approaches for that, and we have some projects that have been implemented and others are underway. We work on the improvement of custom duties, clearance. 80,000 conformity certificates were issued for the exports into Russia. And it is very important that if in the future the recognition of certificates can be performed online, then it will make our work much faster. And it's important to continue working on establishing what we call a green customs corridor. In the past, we were very proactive on the topic of dual professional education, and I'm really grateful to the chamber for that, and we see that Matthias Schaap held a conference on dual professional training in Russia, and now we have started working on another very important aspect, that is waste management. And the DIHK is in the first ranks. Another important aspect is the German-Russian dialogue on hydrogen technologies. We are also grateful that this year, despite it is online, but we can welcome here Minister Manturov and Minister Altmaier. As we can see, both ministers are fully committed to the improvement of the German-Russian relations, despite that negative temperature. And we have, as a Chamber of Commerce and as economy representation in Moscow, we believe that we will work hard with Department Dr. France, and we hope that, as in the past, we will be able to establish very close cooperation. We hope, Mr. von Geyer and Mr. Nechayev, we hope that we will enjoy every support from your part. The support of ambassadors is invaluable. I would like to extend my heartfelt greetings and thanks to Mr. Nikitin, to Mr. Sobolov, who is the head of the Russian economy representation in Berlin. And in that film I mentioned, all those points are emphasized. The German-Russian economic relations, they result not from the very clear calculation, investment calculation strategies. Rather, they result also from the fact that there is the entire community who are making every effort to promote them. And I would like to thank Dr. Zeli and, of course, Matthias Schepp. I would like to thank the Eastern Committee, Mr. Harms. In particular, you are playing a very important part so that we could hold this 8th conference, but also that in the future we would be able to hold the 20th conference. I wish you all a very instrumental dialogue and a very interesting day. Both in Russia and in Germany, I wish that spring will soon switch winter. I return the word to Moscow. Thank you, Dr. Van Sleben, and I'm certain that the 8th conference, or the next conference, will be held with physical presence in Berlin, and that excellent building. So in February, March next time, but it will be more spring than winter. Now we're going to have a video address of Peter Altmaier, the Minister of Economic Affairs and Energy of Germany. My dear colleague, Mr. Manturov, Mr. Dr. Zale, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, the Oliver Helmers, and members of the Russian delegation, German delegation. First of all, I would like to thank you wholeheartedly for the invitation to attend the conference on the strategic partnership between Germany and Russia this year. It has become an all-ever-going event, and we would like to thank the chambers and the respective agencies for that. We can see that interests on the part of Germans and Russians are growing, mounting to that topic. But politically, it is a hard period in our relations. The annexation of Crimea and the conflict in the east of Ukraine, those conflicts have not been addressed yet. And following the homicide attempt on against Navalny and following his imprisonment, which cannot be justified from our perspective, we think that the relations between Europe and Russia are at the lowest point now. So it results from the serious or gross violation of treatment of political opposition. But despite that, Germany and Association of Commerce Chambers still showing a lot of interest to the economic development of ties with Russia. That's the reason we maintain the dialogue in the area of the arms control, Iran, Iraq, climate change, and pandemic. And being a federal minister of economic affairs, I made 4 trips to Russia before pandemic made it impossible to physically visit Russia. So I'm keeping a dialogue with the members of the Russian government, and this is an online dialogue is an alternative. If the country faces the challenges of pandemic, which affects both economy and healthcare, and as far as pandemic is concerned, IMF forecasts 2% growth of the Russian economy this year and 3% next year. And virtually all the German companies stayed in the Russian market. Nearly 5,000 companies with German participation are still operating in Russia. So the Ministry of Economy of Germany stands for the promotion of the economic and political dialogue in the backdrop of sanctions. And sectoral cooperation is also required. We actually congratulate Russian scientists who designed, developed, and produced the vaccine, which really was a surprise to the international community. It's Sputnik V, and they have pioneered the vaccines against coronavirus. So this is the area we can rely on the cooperation. As far as Nord Stream 2 position that I have has not changed, it would be not right to continually challenge the completion of the construction of the Nord Stream. And as far as the transit of gas through Ukraine, we managed to arrive at a very good agreement, tri-party agreement. As far as hydrogen technologies cooperation is concerned, we have a lot of opportunities for cooperation. So Germany really rely on hydrogen technologies which are carbon-free, decarbonization.
And we are maintaining this dialogue at the moment. And as far as the Green Deal of the EU is concerned, of course, this transformation will remain important for Russia as well. And we suggest to Russia, in this sense, to have a deeper energy cooperation. This is an important element. I mean, to continue the cooperation around which we signed the documents in 2012. Technical regulation and digitalization of it is a really important thing. And in what concerns digitalization, it's a pleasure for me to note that digitalization of economy is something around which both countries, both parties are maintaining a dialogue that can be fruitful indeed. Small specific joint projects are also being underway. In particular, I'd like to recollect that we have organized the vocational training of thousands of people in the German companies. In cooperation with the German embassy, this project is developing. As far as education is concerned, Russia can do a lot for a continuous development, and it can ensure less bureaucratic hurdles in cooperation in the area of education. We believe that localization and import substitution are not the rightest approach to happen. German companies for a long time have been investing in the Russian market, and they need to be provided fair rules of the game and access to the Russian market. The pandemics of coronavirus have shown how fragile our markets are and how important cooperation is to overcome mutual difficulties. We need to switch to multilateral long-term formats of cooperation. I am really glad that we now have the new leadership in WTO. This is a pleasure to hope. It's important to remain open in economic cooperation. It's important to ensure the supply chains and their development. I wish you all a productive dialogue today, and I do hope that in what concerns the work on the Russian market and on the German market, I wish you every success there. Dear Minister Altmaier, thank you so much for your pragmatic and explicit statements. You have shed light on many thoughts and aspects in the very start of our conference, for which I'm grateful to you. Right now, I'm happy to welcome Denis Manturov, the Minister of Industry and Trade of Russia. A video message from the Minister. Esteemed Minister Altmaier, Mr. Van Sleben, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I welcome you all at the conference today. These events, thanks to our friends from the Russian-German Chamber of Commerce, have become a kind tradition. Our open dialogue is especially important in the difficult circumstances of today. They became a significant challenge for the economies of our countries. According to the preliminary estimates, last year, the GDP of Russia went down by 3%. Industry, after the decline in spring, managed to restore the rate of industrial production, and in the end of the year, it reached the pre-crisis level. We managed to achieve this largely due to the measures that the government implemented to support business. We conducted the fine-tuning of systemic pathways to develop industry. We tried to support every stage of the life cycle, from product development to post-product, post-sale service and sales as well. Despite the pandemic, we didn't reduce the volumes of funding if we compare them with 2019, and they remained on the level of 4.1 billion euros. At the same time, alongside with the support of industries, we had to tackle another challenge to increase the anti-COVID material production, anti-COVID components, and the necessary materials and products. I have to mention the amazing work of our scientists who managed to develop the vaccine from COVID, Sputnik. We organized the production of this vaccine on 7 sites in Russia. We're planning to develop the production of vaccine even more to protect the population of Russia and other countries. At the moment, over 30 countries worldwide have approved the use of our vaccine. Some of them are in Europe. The supplies are already underway. Moreover, some countries have already begun the vaccination of their population with Sputnik V vaccine. Besides, we remain open for industrial cooperation. We are ready to assist to the manufacturing of Sputnik vaccine internationally. At the moment, we already came to some arrangements with Brazil, India, Korea, China, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. We are definitely prepared and ready for the cooperation with our German partners as well, both in terms of supplies and in terms of production of the vaccine in Germany. By the way, we have filed an application, a registration file, to the European Drug Agency to make it happen, and I think all the states today acknowledge the relevance of vaccination to bring our lives back to norm. This year, we already anticipate the growth of industrial production in Russia in a number of industrial areas, including the light industry, sports goods, pharmaceutical products, chemical industry, and something which is especially remarkable, it's car production. This is where we had a really sharp decline of production last year. This post-COVID restart will present additional opportunities for economic cooperation. A bright example to that would be rapid growth of the relevance of online trade. In this sense, it's a pleasure to note that the Russian online retailer Wildberries have come to the German market in the end of last year. And it contains this online retailer is trading 4 million product names from 40,000 brands. The pandemics of coronavirus have also drawn our attention to several global problems, primarily environmental protection. I know that in Germany, just like in Russia, they pay a lot of attention to the development of hydrogen power. And we are ready for open cooperation in this area, including the development and production of equipment and implementation of infrastructure projects for the manufacturing and storage of hydrogen, as well as its transportation. We're planning to include the hydrogen-based technologies in the list of priorities for Russian investment contracts under special conditions. We do hope this will be of interest for all Russian and German companies working in this area. Among other trends are digitalization and implementation of additive technologies. A good site for finding new solutions in this area is the Russian-German initiative of the digitalization that has been launched by the Russian Union of Industrials and Entrepreneurs in cooperation with the Eastern Committee of German Economy and German-Russian Chamber of Trade and Commerce. We do hope that as we unify our competences in implementing smart production, will help us to make significant leaps forward in developing this area. To conclude, I would like to invite you all, dear friends, to the International Industrial Fair InnoProm. It will take place this year in Yekaterinburg from the 6th to the 9th of July. And we will be able to continue the exchange of opinions in Yekaterinburg on the state-of-the-art trends. We'll talk about industrial development and economic development in general. We do hope that it will take place fully offline. Thank you so much for your attention. Esteemed Minister Manturov, thank you so much for your speech and invitation to InnoProm Industrial Fair. Dear audience, dear ladies and gentlemen, I think the words of introduction from both ministers have made us hopeful. Minister Altmaier was talking about economic partnership and not only, and he was talking about the deepened partnership. Both ministers were telling us about the struggle against pandemics that took away so many lives, and also they mentioned that the development of vaccines is making us hopeful, both in Germany and in Russia. Before we go to the words of welcome, please stay with us for 20-30 seconds more for a small video announcement. Dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, sometimes people are trying to urge you to talk about challenging political topics. I was often asked, which president do I prefer, Steinmeier or President Putin, myself or the members of our chamber? I have a standard response. I love the president of ETB the most. That is Dr. Rainer Seele. Dr. Seele, welcome to our conference. We invite you to our conference. Thank you very much for this word of welcome. Thank you very much, Herr Schepp. I definitely share your preferences because one of my goals is to be the president of the chamber, of our chamber, DIHK Rusland. Esteemed Mr. Altmaier, esteemed Mr. Manturov, dear governors of German lands, dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners and participants, welcome to the 8th Conference on Strategic Partnership between our countries. I'm happy that despite special circumstances today, we can talk about important aspects of Russian-German partnership. Since the last time that we had conference, the world has changed a lot. The basic relations between political relations between Russia and EU not only got colder, but are in an acute phase today. And there's pandemics ongoing alongside, and we have to tackle the challenges that were unimagined before. So I'm proud to tell you that despite the difficult circumstances, VTP, together with pandemics, with Lufthansa, organized over 40 special flights to Russia. These flights were carrying hundreds of people working in Russia and their families to Russia. Recently, we supported Economic Council. It was the idea of Vice Prime Minister Andrei Belousov or Maxim Reshetnikov, Russian Minister of Economic Development, is co-chair. We have Oliver Hermes from the German side. He's the president of the Eastern Committee of German Economy, and myself as well. Let me pass a few personal words to Oliver Hermes. Mr. Hermes, I think we live in challenging times. However, I think these are the times that are bringing together our chamber, German-Russian chamber, and the committee. And I think it's high time for both initiatives to come together. The goal of economic union is to tackle the challenges our company members are worried about. Our conference today is conducted under the auspices of new ways of developing Russian-German partnership. I think we all have to live according to these principles because one thing is clear, alienation between Russia and Europe that keeps growing will eventually harm both parties. We have to put positive focus on our partnership. So signing the Declaration on Partnership from Minister Manturov and Mr. Altmaier is a positive sign. In the end of last year, our representatives had a meeting with AD to the President of Russia, Maxim Orishkin, and they were talking about Green Corridor and other issues. Our priorities are in the areas where we have been collaborating for a long time, including energy cooperation that encounters decades of good cooperation. Natural gas supplies that we need, especially in this cold winter, and long-standing partnership in energy sector witness to the fact that this cooperation is possible indeed. The development of Nord Stream 2 as a bridge between Russia and Germany is another vivid example of such cooperation. It's a positive example that we so much need, especially in the times of difficulty and tension. The technologies with low content of CO2 CO2 are playing a major role. Hydrogen as a technology of future, as a clean fuel, is growing in its role. Russia is actively investing in this sector, while the German business is investing in Russia's economy. Despite the losses during pandemics, German companies have invested 1.50 billion euros in Russia in total. This stands true also according to the results of the survey on economic climate that we conduct in cooperation with Eastern Germany Committee. 80% of the respondents of this survey said that despite pandemics, believe the conditions their companies are in good or very good state. 1/3 of respondents want to employ more people. Every third company is planning to invest in other companies this year or have recently conducted such investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the involvement of German business in Russia is apparent and developing both in small and large business segments. One of our initiatives was a committee on pharmaceuticals and mid-sized business. There's one more thing I'm happy about. Martin van Sleben said that in 2020, our chamber has, for the first time, had a plus 10% of growth in the number of its members, despite pandemics, closed borders, and political crisis. This has happened. I'd like to congratulate you cordially, dear Matthias Schepp, and your congratulations to your team in Moscow and in St. Petersburg. In Berlin, if you were here, if everybody were here, we would give you a round of applause, Matthias. But now I'm applauding to you on behalf of all our colleagues, those who do like what you're doing. AHK is a wonderful basis for cooperation in the future and for the development of successful partnership, including the challenging times like ours. Dear friends of AHK, ladies and gentlemen, I know that some of you have already been taking part in several conferences. And so you keep telling me always that not only you want to listen to my formal talk, but also you are looking forward to listen to the poem that I traditionally read out. And now, as we have pandemics and we're losing people, families and friends, and I also heard from many people that they couldn't properly say goodbye to the close ones. So I chose a poem by Ile Michler that contains special wishes. I wish you time. I wish you time for your actions and for your reflections, not only for yourselves, but also time that you can gift to others. I wish you time not for hatred and not for fuss, but I wish you time to be content. I wish you time that you wouldn't simply waste, but time that will stay with you, time for surprise and time for trusting instead of always looking at your watch.
I wish you to have time to grab stars, to grow and get mature. I wish you have time to have new hopes and new life. You don't have to wait for the time to come. I wish you could find yourselves and be happy every moment in your life. I wish you have time to forgive other people, and I wish you have time to live. So, dear participants, I wish you wonderful time to us all here at the AHK conference, and I hope that this will be our way to build a new bridge between Germany and Russia. Esteemed Dr. Zilli, thank you very much for your word of welcome, and a special thanks to you for this wonderful poem. How could it be different in the darkness at night? Certainly we are striving for stars, and we do want to follow that path so that we could overcome the pandemic and other political difficulties. Today we have in our studio the ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Russian Federation, Dr. Andres Geyer. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Shep, Mr. Zile. I'm really pleased to see my colleague, my counterpart, Ambassador Nechayev here. And in fact, we have a large number of participants. And, referring to the poem we've just heard is the right time now to devote it to each other. And my special thanks for the invitation. We heard a lot of metaphors today about the severity and of the German winter, but I'm really impressed with the pace of snow removing from the streets of Moscow by the communal services. It is something to remember, and I would like to express my gratitude to the German-Russian Chamber of Commerce, not only for today's event, but for the ongoing cooperation. We meet quite frequently, and a few days ago, we held a meeting with the governor of Kaliningrad Oblast. It shows that our cooperation is taking a good shape. Similar things are with the governmental officials and agencies and officers. They're quite close. They're quite rugged, and you paid your contribution to that. And Dr. Van Sleben made a point that in our capacity of ambassadors, we also have to make our contribution, and we do that with pleasure. We do everything we can. Speaking of today's conference, I would like to share 3 comments with you. First of all, I cannot but describe the state of today's political relations. We have a lot of very hard issues between us, fundamental issues pertaining from the international law, the principles of the state of law and the primacy of law. I'm not saying that that there are some old wounds, there are some expectations. Rather, we are discussing specific issues today, not some wounds, some disappointments of the past. Of late, it has been accompanied by the expulsion of diplomats from the Russian Federation. One of them was a German diplomat, and since it was he was my colleague from the German embassy, I can assure you that that man hadn't committed any crime in the territory of the Russian Federation. He didn't violate any laws. And to crown that all, Russian media covered the incident quite negatively. we perceived it as a heart attack against the European Union. So my point is that, again, speaking of climate, we need to really shovel off all that snow. And the progress will depend at what speed we will cope with the task. But with that, political situation is quite important, but it is equally important to reaffirm our commitments to long-term relations, good relations. And today's event is another contribution to that cause. We cannot say that all the bridges have been burned by now. We have ongoing projects in the scientific area, in the cultural areas, civil society areas, and certainly we have the cooperation in the economic area. Mr. Shep made that point already, and I think we will join the effort to cope with that. And today's conference testifies to the high importance the German side pays to that. And the agenda, the program that has been drafted is based on the economic cooperation. And on my part, I would like to say that the Chamber of Commerce is an active participant in all the cultural events that we pursue. And it is also very important for the economy of sustainable development, the area which is very interesting both for the German and Russian politicians, and it sets forth a very good prerequisite for our future cooperation. Today we are going to discuss specific topics such as economic development, digitalization, cross-border cooperation, healthcare, the crucial, the vital issues. And it's only with positive cross-border cooperation that we can establish reliable cooperation to counter a pandemic. And my third comment is about the fact that some politicians ask questions regarding civil society and human rights, freedoms, and sometimes we can hear people saying that those aspects ought to be differentiated with the economic matters, and even in Germany those opinions are relevant. But for the state of law, all those principles are very important, and they are important for economic cooperation. So the execution of all the agreements, mandatory execution is something that really matters. I would say that sometimes you can hear some comments on the bilateral economic cooperation. Some people in Germany say that let's take it separately from the Russian-EU relations. But we understand it only too well that the German economic policy is the integral part of the EU policy. So even if it is not prescribed and stipulated in some official documents, we will certainly maintain our positive attitudes to all those matters, but it requires a joint effort, and the EU position is to be accounted for. So thank you very much for the invitation once again, And I wish the conference, which features a very interesting agenda, every success. I'm convinced that economy will stay to be a very reliable bridge to connect German and Russian economies. Your Excellency, Ambassador von Geyer, I'm very pleased that you came to the studio on that very cold day, and I would like to thank you for your very efficient cooperation with the embassy. So, in this respect, I would like to place some emphasis on the fact that it wouldn't be possible unless we had reliable Russian partners. So it's my extreme pleasure to welcome the Russian ambassador to Germany. So Mr. Nechayev is online with us from Berlin. Good morning. The distinguished Minister Altmaier, Your Excellency Ambassador von Geyer, distinguished Dr. von Sleben, dear Matthias, dear Dr. Rainer Zelle, dear colleagues, friends, first of all, I would like to thank you all for the invitation to attend the conference. This very interesting conference, which has become an integral part of the multifaceted Russian-German dialogue. I'm grateful to the organizers for the fact that despite the online format, you managed to have so many attendees and in the title of the conference, there's a word strategic, which was omitted some time before. We have encountered and are still encountering unprecedented challenges, which is the coronavirus pandemics, which affects the entire life, and it has a negative impact on financial and healthcare situations. Lately, we saw some positive and encouraging signals telling us that the international partners, German partners, are ready to closer cooperate with us to counter the pandemic and to use this Sputnik V vaccine, which has proved to be very efficient and effective. We understand that German-Russian relations do not have the best times now. I'm not going to elaborate on that, but as before, the Russian party still wants to have positive and constructive dialogue, promote mutually beneficial agenda. And it makes it quite obvious that relations are to be based on the principles of equality and mutual respect. No matter how hard you try to put pressure on Russia, the country will always be guided by its legitimate rights, and no ultimatums can be productive. We fully reject the coaching and interference in the domestic affairs. Unfortunately, not all our Western partners have realized that. But I would also mention some positive things, and the positive dimension in the German-Russian relations are regional relations. And having said that, I would like to sincerely welcome Minister President of the State of Lower Saxony, Stefan Weil, and Minister President of the State of Saxony, Mr. Michael Kretschmer. We would like to promote investment, digital, IT, and other areas, and despite our disagreement. You know, economic times can play the role of an anchor to really stabilize the relations between the two countries. Germany is our major foreign trade partner, and Russian market remains to be attractive to the German business. We have a lot of projects carried out by German companies in Russia, and the range of the projects is constantly growing to our satisfaction. Well, we've heard from the German business who work in Russia, so they speak about plans to stay in Russia and even expand their business. So the year of sustainable development is on the way. Bilateral Economic Council started its functioning last year. So businesses, together with the authorities, the governments, have now a chance to discuss ways and plans to make progress in the respective areas. In the framework of the implementation of major national federal projects in this country, in Russia, high-tech products are always in demand. We're working on the frame contracts to make them efficient. We are confident that should we manage to join our potentials, then the EU, Germany, and the Eurasian Economic Union will benefit all. And cooperation in technologies is extremely relevant, including space exploration, hydrogen technologies development. So, as you can see, we will make every effort to complete the Nord Stream 2 project, which is in the interest of both Russian and German companies, and meets the climatic goals set forth by the European Union. And the attempts to stop the project are believed to be just the manifestation of unfair competition.
For some reason, it is considered that it's Germany to use some make-up excuses and make steps towards the project, but this is not so. I'm sure that Russia and Germany are capable of defining their energy policy in a sovereign way without any external intervention, based on many years of productive, efficient, and mutually interesting cooperation. In this very way, fair competition based on international trade rules, compliance with the agreement signed, and as opposed to the use of sanctions and other illegitimate instruments for political purposes, amongst others. Let me repeat that we are open for dialogue and mutual cooperation based on mutual respect and equality. Well, as for the cold and freezy weather and the snow, it will all be gone and the spring will come. We firmly believe in this. Thank you very much. I wish every success to your conference. Have productive discussions and, of course, be healthy. Your Excellency Nechayev, let's all try and work to make the spring come as soon as possible. And a number of important topics have been raised by you and your German colleague. Many important and disputable topics as well, and also topics that are important for the future. These topics are important for the future, and we cannot tackle them without cooperation. I'd like to welcome Stefan Micha, the CEO of Volkswagen Group Rus. Stefan Micha is in Russia for a relatively short period of time, but I think he already became a fan of Russia. And in this relation, it's important to say that you, Stefan, are having a very responsible job position, important for German-Russian relations. Stefan, tell me, how do you find Moscow? How is it to be in one of the largest world's capitals? Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say the following. I don't know who I have to welcome at the moment, but I want to welcome everybody. My name is Stefan Micha. I am the CEO of Volkswagen Group Rus. And in what concerns the conference on the strategic partnership between Russia and Germany, this makes us hopeful. Volkswagen AG, for many decades, remains an important part of German-Russian relations. In 2020, we became the largest company in Russia. We remained the largest in what concerns our manufacturing sites in Kaluga and Nizhny Novgorod and car manufacturing. As for our outlets in Moscow, they remain resilient. We are client-centristic in everything we do. As for our brands, Volkswagen and Skoda, our brand Audi, the cars that are manufactured here in what concerns brands like Bentley, Ducati, and commercial vehicles as well, and also heavy vehicles, light vehicles for commercial applications, Scania brand that's also produced within Volkswagen Group. And Volkswagen Financial Services is proposing financing solutions and services. In this very harsh year of 2020, we continued working on the Russian market successfully. We launched in Kaluga 3 new models, Skoda Rapid, Volkswagen Polo, and Tiguan. In 2021, we are planning to launch 2 new models, Skoda Octavia and a new crossover for the Russian market. In what concerns our special investment contract, we are planning to continue expanding our localization in Russia in the coming years. As for the brands produced in Russia, this is relevant indeed. And the third most important market after China and Germany is Russia. For Skoda, for Volkswagen, it's the 4th most important market in Europe after Germany, UK, and Italy. And so you see how important the Russian market is for Volkswagen Group. Our company, as many of you may know, is also going through transformations. And as Volkswagen Group, we are adherent to the Paris Agreement goals. And until 2025, we want to ensure CO2 neutrality of our vehicles. Until 2029, we want to manufacture 75 clean cars, 65% hybrid fuel cars. And until 2025, we want to invest 33 billion euros in it to achieve these goals. This is also true for the models that we sell in Russia, among other things. And we believe that we will continue shaping the Russian car manufacturing market. With the political and environmental challenges of today, I think bilateral conferences such as DIHK conference today are of utmost importance. I wish DIHK, under your guidance, Matthias, every success. In fact, it's a very important link for our economies. And let me say a few personal words. Someone who is new to Moscow, if we are talking about our sites, about our test drives of our products in Siberia, as for our negotiations with trade partners, business partners, and representatives of the government, I can tell you that I have really positive impressions on Russia. I'm looking forward to a really active time of my life in Russia. Last Sunday, a very interesting interview in Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung was published. And to the question about Russia, the following has been said in this interview. 6,000 people are employed in Volkswagen Russia. Add to these suppliers and clients. diplomacy and negotiations are always better than trade limitations and restrictions that are really harmful both for us and for Russian population. In this relation, I wish every success to your conference and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you indeed, dear Stefan. And we want to invite our next speaker, Mr. Stefan Weil, the Prime Minister of Lower Saxony Federal Land. I remember him when he was in the position of the mayor of Hanover, and he came here. We kept Minister Weil waiting for 2-3 minutes, but I hope he will forgive us, because I know that he was also in his past associated with Volkswagen. A short video, and then we have Prime Minister of Lower Saxony,
оставить главное.
Minister Stefan Weil.
Пропустить скуку. Пропустить темноту.
Пропустить рутину
Пропустить обычное.
и сложное.
Пропустить, как все.
Оставить главное.
Новый Volkswagen Tiguan. Не пропусти главное.
Volkswagen.
Dear Prime Minister Weil, it's a pity we cannot meet you in person, and it's a pity we failed to meet last year either, because every year you regularly visit Russia. But at least we have the online format for now. We're looking forward to your speech and welcome. Dear Herr Shep, dear participants, I also wanted to say how happy I am that we meet regularly, but I wish we could meet in person. Thank you so much for your kind invitation to the 8th Conference on Strategic Partnership between Germany and Russia, which is conducted despite the difficult times. It's good that you are fearless, because in the times of challenges, what we need are the sites for our dialogue, both for business and political exchanges. We have all been affected by the pandemic, so we are going through the times that we couldn't have imagined before. Firstly, we realize that natural disasters know no borders, and we can only beat them jointly. And if there's something we learn from this crisis, it's the following: close cooperation for the sake of everybody and each one separately, both in science and in economy, in pharmaceutics as well. The better we cooperate, the quicker we'll be able to tackle the challenges together, the challenges that affect everyone and have long, far-fetched consequences. The long-term, trustworthy cooperation between Russia and Germany and in the relations between our governments are of great importance for our peoples and for the foreign policy of Germany as well. Since the times of Chancellor Willy Brandt, supporting good relations with Russia was typical, and you can say the same for Europe. And generally speaking, for the peace on our continent, good relations, these kind of relations are all we need. In fact, it's the basis of our well-being and the dialogue. And also, history teaches us that mistrust and confrontation are harmful for all the stakeholders of these processes. Ladies and gentlemen, cooperation should form the grounds for lively international relations, and the first element to ensure it is trade. Trade that enables the parties to exchange their products, and it can easily identify different violations. Partnership in energy sector between Russia and Germany is supportive to this concept. The supplies of natural gas that have been underway for a long time, and they cover the lion's share of the needs of the Russian market, are a witness to it. It was a useful partnership for both parties in the past. It guaranteed a particular income to Russia, and it ensured reliable energy supplies for Germany. I would like to remind you about these historical prerequisites because it's for a long time that the political discussions are underway regarding the fate of Nord Stream 2 projects. There are different aspects to consider here. Firstly, we hear criticism from environmentalists, but we mainly hear political criticism today. US and other countries were demanding to stop this project that has already been underway for quite a while. They criticized the project because of the high dependence of Germany upon the Russian gas supplies. They are concerned about the disruptions of the supplies to Eastern Europe, and they are threatening the politically caused sanctions. I wanted to look at this problem from another angle of view because I have a different point of view. For every country, a reliable and safe energy supply should be of utmost priority. In Germany, we, for example, remember very well, we still remember the dispute about the payments, settlement of payments for gas. There was a dispute between Russia and Germany, and it happened in the past, and back then it seemed that this dispute will affect negatively the supplies, and many of us still remember this situation. Ladies and gentlemen, considering this, from my point of view, it's a matter of perception of legitimate national interests. And if Germany wants to build direct relations with suppliers of the countries without, with transit countries as well. This is one thing, and this is the reason why I support Nord Stream 2. We also hear some economic criticism. The pipeline is being criticized as well. But from my point of view, Germany is a special country because now it gives up nuclear energy and coal production, coal mining. In this way, of course, we anticipate that we can ensure other sources of supply. But to say that in midterm prospect we will stop using natural gas, this is something we cannot do now. We are going to rely still on natural gas for the coming years, but not for a long time. At the same time, environmental protection is gaining huge importance on the public agenda. But our goals haven't been achieved yet. The consequences of global warming can be felt everywhere, in summer, and not only. We feel it in Germany today. For 10 years, we haven't seen a snowstorm like the recent one. These are all the signs of changing climate. Global warming is a problem that we cannot disregard. So many countries, including Russia and Germany, have signed the Paris Agreement on climate protection, where we are trying to limit global warming by 2 degrees centigrade. These are significant goals that require structural revision of many aspects. EU has also planned by 2050 to create climate-neutral economy. This is quite an ambitious plan that can be fulfilled only if the supply with fossil fuels is significantly reduced and the economy is structured for, restructured for the use of renewable sources of energy. In Germany, nobody argues about this baseline principle. After all, today we are in this conclusive phase between in energy partnership between Russia and Germany. Well, many people think so. I would say this is not quite so. I think the partnership will remain, but its essence may change significantly, because in the manufacturing of the renewables, Russia can play a central role. Firstly, the potential of the country is huge. Its territory is quite suitable for wind power and solar energy production. Russia has huge resources of water, and it is more actively used for the generation of power today. Russia also has a well-developed infrastructure of gas pipelines and industry. It can serve as a ground for further cooperation. In any case, this is a potential for opening a new chapter in the book of cooperation of our partnership, especially if we look at the hydrogen-based technologies that help to generate the renewable energy. You mentioned that our positions are outlined in the special document, and this is a document worth reading. The prospects are quite interesting, and I think we will open a new chapter in the history of our long-standing energy partnership. Dear friends, in the history of business and economy, there are still so many areas where we can cooperate more intensely and actively. Production of generation of power is one of them. But I would say that having potential only is not enough for a progress. We need solid partnership, robust partnership, and this is something that is normally based on trust and open cooperation. And let me be frank with you. We're now going through hurdles, and we all know that. We're now going through a cold peace phase between Europe and Russia, and you know what the reasons are for that. The reasons are political and not economic. However, politics and economy are taking place in the same space. These are not chemical elements that can be disjoined. The starting point of this tension was the annexation of Crimea in 2014. Both Germany and other countries have been criticizing this act as a violation of the international law. And as far as you are concerned, this led to economic sanctions that, in their turn, led to Russia's response in the form of reciprocal sanctions, which shouldn't be surprising to anyone. I also share the criticism of Russia about Crimea, but I doubt how reasonable it was to apply sanctions.
I don't think that in the years to follow, either side benefited from that. But actually, we inflicted losses on either side, and the relations are the all-time coolest. Expulsion of diplomats is what we have now, and it is resulted from the conflict around Navalny. Nerve agent was used against him as tests performed by the research labs say, and have no doubt about that. The use of chemical agents is not a domestic affair. It's an international dimension, and those agents are to be prohibited for use anywhere. So we have to avoid situations when those agents can be used elsewhere. So I don't think that those actions are decent. So some urgent investigation is needed so that those who are accounted, who are to blame, should be accounted for that. And people came out to the streets for peaceful protests, and violent and forced measures against them cannot be justified. I'm really sorry that it resulted in the deterioration of relations between the two countries. I've been standing for the extension of the relations between the two countries, for partnership relations. Should we succeed, we will have new opportunities for each other. As a matter of fact, all those who believe in partnership between Germany and Russia should join their effort. But at the same time, we need to comply by the principles which are recognized internationally. In Germany, we say that confidence is hard to build, but easy to lose. So we need to start by reinventing, rebuilding that confidence. Dear participants, let's take the chance in order to promote the deeper economic cooperation, and for that end we need to address the current political challenges and issues. Being aware of the potential of the partnership, we can achieve a lot, since the potential is enormous, and if we will be able to overcome the crisis, all stakeholders will benefit from that. That's the reason I hope that starting from this year, we will begin making some successes so that the 9th conference could be held in a more friendly atmosphere and environment, both in terms of friendliness and openness in the political sphere. So thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Distinguished Minister President, I was born on the mines, but I always admired the decent and fair approaches of northern Nordic Germans. So I hope that next time you'll be present physically. So in our video and
Есть такие люди, которые всегда впереди. Они смотрят в будущее. Их вдохновляет прогресс. Он дает им энергию. И теперь у них есть новый источник энергии. Абсолютно новый Audi e-tron. Сила энергии и прогресса.
Meine Damen und Herren, Online-Konferenz.
Ladies and gentlemen, many conferences like that, online conferences, they have some disadvantage. We cannot meet physically, but on the other hand, the audience can be much bigger. Well, I was told that now we have 1,500 visitors who had joined the conference on various platforms. So I would like to welcome them all, those who are with us at the main session of the conference on strategic partnership, and as in reality, in real time, some people may be late, and you know, in Moscow, it is really very easy to get late because of hard snow. But nevertheless, it's my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Rainer Zelle here, and I can also see Mr. Ulf Heitmüller online, and Dr. Van Gage, as well as Alexander Drozdenko, the governor of Leningrad Oblast. Last fall, Drozdenko and us had a very good online dialogue on the Baltic region. So welcome. And Pavel Sorokin will join us shortly, who is Deputy Energy Minister of the Russian Federation. And I think he's the person in the government who's responsible for new energy technologies. We also expect Mikhail Kretschmer, Minister-President of the state of Saxony, to join us. So the overall objective is that within 1 minute to answer a question, and you need to start your answer with yes or no, and then you'll have 60 seconds to explain your stand. The question is the following. Well, in the past 5 to 6 decades, cooperation in the energy sector had been very successful. It started in the Soviet times, but it was based on traditional energy products, oil and gas. So, do you think if this cooperation, the partnership, to be continued in the 21st century with renewables? And we pose same question to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, you have two options. You can visit the website and slido.com and enter the code. Or you can take your smartphone, activate a camera, and scan the QR code you can see on in the left top corner. So I'm really pleased and impressed that more than 1,000 people are participants now. So who will be the first to answer the question? Dr. Zelle, President of DIHK Russia, Chairman of the Board, OMVAG. Absolutely, yes. We need to rely on the partnership in the energy sector that we inherited, which proved to be successful, and we need to maintain continuity. Because today we see the natural gas as a transitional technology, which is very important for Germany, so that we have very reliable supply of hydrocarbons. Hydrogen will be even more important for Germany. So again, this is the area where the trend for cooperation, the strive for cooperation is too high. Well, and you stayed in the slot of 60 seconds, and I hope that the entire discussion will be successful. So the participants, the panelists, and the visitors, our guests, I'd like to welcome Minister President Kretscher of the state of Saxony. And again, the question is as follows. Can we hope that the story of success, which is 60 years old, be continued or can be continued in the 21st century in the context of renewables? So I would like to pose that question to Mr. Drozdenko. Yes or no? First, I would like to extend my word of welcome, and then I say yes. The reason is that the windmills, micro hydropower stations and plants can be potential projects for German companies. And even today, Siemens in the Leningrad area has a facility to make windmills, wind generators, and Leningrad Oblast is going to build those installations later on. Thank you very much, and it was really very efficient. Altmaier, the question is with you. I understand that it's my turn, and I hope that you can hear me. On my part, I can categorically say yes. And we need to maintain that energy supply to us. And I would add two more important reasons. First of all, in terms of distances, Russia is very close to Germany, and in terms of geography, it's quite convenient. Besides, we have already established a number of efficient formats, and chambers of commerce play a very important part here too. So what is to be done? The process will take some time, but we really have to succeed. Well, I think our guests are also quite optimistic. Only 10% cast their vote, and nearly all of them are convinced that the dialogue will be continued. Mikhail Kretschmer, Minister President of the state of Saxony. Mr. Minister President, we cannot hear you. Is it better now? Yeah, better. So, yes or no? Well, in fact, I tried to impress you with my Russian, and my point is that we will definitely have to take this opportunity. Germany depends on energy supplies, and the trend will also continue because we gave up our nuclear power plant, and we're going to close our coal-burning power plants. And transition period for green technologies is going to be long. And we remember the history of our collaboration for 50 years. And, you know, former Chancellor of Germany, Helmut Kohl, commenting on such difficult situations, described it like this. Both countries were holding on the handle of the door, pushing it hard, but door never shut. So, yes, very reasonable and relevant quotation. Let's continue the discussion. How long do you think Germany continue to import hydrocarbons? We have some technical glitch, Dr. Zeller is off, so I would pose the question to Governor Drozdenko. Leningrad Oblast is quite proactive in renewables and in the development of the hydrogen technologies. Well, do you think that Leningrad Oblast can lead the process of modernization and development in this area in Russia? We have every chance to serve the pilot facility project and hydrogen area. We have 8 hydropower plants. We have respective rivers, so the production of green hydrogen is quite in our pipeline. As for the windmills, the wind generators, as I pointed out, we are cooperating on that with Siemens. I think matters, you know it even better than me, that we have a one-stop shop arrangement with all the investors. And recently we decided even to provide more incentives for investors in the area of hydrogen technologies, green hydrogen in the first place, zero property tax, some other privileges. But I wouldn't give up the production of blue hydrogen, which is made of natural gas. We have a lot of raw materials from Nord Stream 1. Weather conditions are changing, and I also hope that that ice wave will end sooner or later, and I hope that Nord Stream 2 will be completed. And the production of the blue hydrogen is the short-term prospect which can be attractive to us. Minister President Kretschmer, in April 2021, the 13th Raw Minerals Conference of Russia will be held, and it will discuss the climate change, hydrogen technologies, matters, and also the establishment of the German-Russian partnership in the area of stable, sustainable development. What's your opinion on that? I'm positive about the prospects for the sustainable development. We have strong companies, and we have already reached mutual understanding about the sustainable development. On the other hand, we can see a high demand in projects in some industrial areas, transport areas, and housing constructions.
And this is, of course, really promising for Russia and for Europe as well. We can learn a lot from each other, I believe. And in technologies, we envisage our future. And this is the kind of future speaking about future, I believe that if it's the future where coal and nuclear power will be a matter of the past, then we in Saxony are proponents for the construction of Nord Stream 2 project. We think that it's a promising project, and I'm glad to see that Russia is also interested in implementing this project. And this is helpful because in this way we can overcome the significant political hurdles. Negotiations in Berlin and with federal government make me think that we, in any case, want to lead this project to its logical completion. In fact, this project will be vital not only for the current generation, but also for the coming decades. That's why we're interested indeed in this project to be completed. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for everything, Dr. Zelle. It's great to see you with us again. Thank you for joining us from Vienna. How long do you think is Germany going to import traditional energy, fossil fuels from Russia? I see that it's quite warm in your office. I think the palm trees are growing and it's quite warm out there. Mr. Zelle, please. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Wonderful. As far as the climate change is concerned, I want to say that indeed I link it with colder weather, frosty weather, more snow. Well, we are thankful to Santa for having a real winter, real snowy winter. I believe in the coming decade we will still have to import the fossil fuels because we cannot so quickly transform our power industry and get rid of our dependence on fossil fuels so quickly. So I believe that in this sense, it's not only enough to set some timelines. In fact, we will have to import power. And I think Russia is one of the important sources of supply. And of course, I'm sure that in the coming decade, natural gas will play an important role in power industry and other areas, and we are going to import natural gas. We will continue importing it, but also I think in Russia they should draw attention to the technologies that in Germany do not yet have the required regulation. For example, if we're talking about the CO2 capturing and underground storage, we have to see how we can ensure the transportation of CO2. And in this sense, we have a huge potential of developing renewable energy in Russia. About renewable energy, I want to say that, yes, in the coming decade, we will still continue using fossil fuel, but we're going to import more and more renewables from Russia. Thank you very much. And now we have the Deputy Minister of Energy of Russia, Pavel Sorokin, joining us. And my first question to you, Deputy Minister Sorokin, my question is to you. How can Russia become carbon neutral? Please. Yes, hello, good morning, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Shep, I welcome you cordially. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak at this really important event, because despite all the challenges the world is facing, Russia and Germany always remain reliable and important partners to each other, both in economy and in politics and in culture. So I think that the development of economic ties and mutual responses to the global challenges that we're facing can and should make our relations stronger in the future as well. The topic on decarbonization and carbon neutrality that you have raised is one of the main topics today on the global power agenda, and I would say economic agenda in general, because the world we have to live in is the world we're going to build. So in Russia, in the main areas of economy in Russia, these are important matters of the agenda. I think you have heard about adopting the draft law in Russia that will enable us in Russia to launch a toolkit that will help us to achieve carbon neutrality, and also ratification of the Paris Agreement by Russia highlights the significance and determination in achieving this goal from the side of Russia. As far as the corporate level is concerned, because it's the corporates that will have to implement this agenda, I'd say that more and more Russian companies are now publishing their own sustainability studies and are deploying climate, environmental protection agendas, and also they announce their own goals to achieve climate neutrality. So they are trying to go hand in hand with our times. In Russia, they also pay a lot of attention to the clean technologies today. It's the renewable energy, but I have to make some reservations here, and I have to say that we should be realistic and acknowledge that clean energy or renewable energy should have some economic rationale behind itself, and it shouldn't lead to the slowdown of economic growth. Also, in Russia, a lot of attention is being paid to carbon energy. Hydrogen power. A large plan has been adopted by the Ministry of Energy about it last year, and the ministry is developing the strategy and the concept regarding this, and it launches a number of processes that will help us to become leaders on this market as it gets mature. So first development and then maturity. In the world today, they talk about a long, far-fetched future, and they think less about the present. But let's not forget that we live today, and the effect that we should generate we want to see quite soon, and we want to feel it. And what matters here is the power balance of each country, because to switch to electromobiles and to fill this car with electricity, which was not originated by the clean production, is something very wrong to do. This kind of a vehicle will pollute the environment more than any other conventional vehicle. Clean energy balance is what very few countries can be proud of. Russia, for example, has its specifics. We have a population that consumes primarily gas. Gas is one of the cleanest natural fuels, 50% plus, and 25% of our energy balance are carbon-free sources like hydropower and nuclear power. So in Russia, more than 3/4 of our power balance are either low carbon or carbon-free. And this is the fact that we shouldn't ignore. And this is the reality in our country. And I think it already today highlights our adherence to clean and effective future. And we are going to develop, as I've already said, all the other tracks on the global climate agenda, and we want to develop together with partners who are well advanced in this area, and Germany is one of those partners that is really advanced in technology. Because we want the future solutions to be deployed to be economically feasible and climate-wise clean. Thank you so much. Dear Mr. Altmaier, in VNG, you have been dealing with gas sector for 50 years now and cooperation with Russia. Are you concerned about the consequences of switching to the new fuels? No, of course we are not, because the changing power structure, energy structure in Germany will also have a place and role for natural gas, because for the reduction of CO2 emissions and decarbonization of economy, it is possible to use decarbonized gases, including hydrogen, that will play a major role. So we are going to remain part of the energy transformation. We have revised our strategy. We are investing in biogas units. We are implementing pilot projects with the use of hydrogen in cooperation with our colleagues as well. And we shouldn't underestimate the role of natural gas. We have been talking for a long time about the real winter. It's very cold in Germany now. We have already mentioned it, and now it's almost -20, and it's very comfortable in our apartments, and we can appreciate the infrastructure of gas and the very availability of it. Pandemics also showed how important it was to be secure in energy. As for quality of life, we are happy to see that energy supply is not endangered even in the times of crisis. This is a benefit of our trustworthy partnership with the Russian partners as well, among other things. And all these years, they have been ensuring safe supplies. As we've already mentioned, the history of our relations with Russia encounters almost 50 years. It has always been based on reliability, and we're expanding it. We have increased the volumes of supply procured from Russia up to 10 billion cubic meters. The need of gas in Germany remains high because we're giving up nuclear power and coal generation. And if we're going to follow the climatic goals, and then we naturally need to reduce CO2 emissions, and we have a potential to do this due to the state-of-the-art technologies of gas combustion as well, among other technologies. I know what you meant by your question. Of course, we need to look into the future, and the prospects say that natural gas contains CO2, and we need alternative solutions. As we have mentioned, partnership with Russia gives us very good starting positions that enable us here at VNG develop furthermore in the future. Let me re-ask, you partially raised it in your response, but within the framework of decarbonization policy in Europe, it was decided to reduce the fossil fuels, and some forecasts show us that the need in gas by 2030 will go down by 20%. Would you please comment on this? And also, VNG, together with Gazprom, is now trying to approve the increase of the scope of supplied gas. As far as gas storage is concerned, isn't it contradictory to the strategy of transformation in the power sector in Germany? Definitely, you have been asked this question before. Yes, indeed. This is a topic that has been raised constantly. And I was trying to explain it many times. We can, using natural gas, ensure climate neutrality, at least to start reducing the negative impact on the environment, as we use fossil fuel, but it's the cleanest one out of all of the ones that are available today, and it enables us to deploy new technologies, including we can use this fossil fuel, natural gas, on the heat generation market. That's important in Germany. New technologies of gas combustion that gain more importance will help us to ensure these goals. Natural gas is also required as an intermediary technology to develop new concepts. Predicting the future is quite challenging, and it's hard to say, is it going to be 20% plus or minus? But what can we say? The market still exists, and we see reduction of production of natural gas in the EU, and this is good news from the colleagues for the colleagues from Russia. This will mean that need in imported gas will grow, and also in all the events related to the development of infrastructure. Now, this is good news in Nord Stream 2 project as well. So I don't see any contradiction between energy transformation in Europe and our economic activity. I wish we could go away from dogmatic ideas to more practical things. Reduction of CO2 emissions now and in the midterm future can play, and natural gas there can play a good role. It will be transient to be replaced by promising technologies. As for the white methane or turquoise hydrogen, they will play a role in the future, otherwise the system will fail. Dear audience, I would like to invite you to take part in our second poll. And here it is on the slide. Please try to respond to this question. What do you think should be the priorities in the German-Russian energy dialogue in the future? The choices for the response are the following: gas, oil, hydrogen, renewables, LNG, coal. You can see the question on the screen. You can respond using the platform. Here it is, hashtag 64437. This is the code word. Or take your mobile phone, scan the QR code, and then give us your vote. This is a question I want to ask to Mr. Pavel Sorokin, the Deputy Minister of. Mr. Sorokin, what do you think should be the priorities of the Russian-German energy dialogue? Well, in the continuation of what has been discussed before, I'd like to say that well, I can't see the results of voting clearly, but we can see at least that hydrogen and renewables are leading in this survey. I think we should take a broader approach. Of course, we should be trendy and modern, but let's keep in mind that idea is something that you cannot put on you. Idea is something that you cannot eat for supper, or it's not something that can warm you up. It's important to say that while chasing for innovations, we shouldn't forget to live today. And so we should take a holistic approach. We look at energy sector as a long-term project that both countries will benefit from. We need to estimate what are our resources for innovations in the future, what are the time and money resources to be invested in the current activity, because we all know that competition globally is very strong and it's going to get stronger. It relates to the free money and financial support that different countries have launched because of COVID, and growing economies in other parts of the world. So it's very important to remain competitive on the markets. Conventionally speaking, if we have a goal to implement super expensive sources of energy by 2025, if your economy is not capable to cope with it, there's not much that you can do. So it's really important to cover this way decently. And colleagues were mentioning that gas is a certain bridge to the future. And it's a decent fuel that we can anticipate to be of use in the coming 50, 70 years for sure. And this is something we should benefit from, because every additional dollar of the cost of energy is an additional dollar of burden on your economy, and economy should remain competitive among other things. As for the tertiary sources we should cooperate around, of course they remain vital, but let's not forget that we need to ensure some sustainability today to cover the way ahead. And it's not a good practice to realize that you can't continue your way as you are halfway.
And I wouldn't count down oil, because if you use it properly, if you use filters in proper attentions with Euro Standard 5, well, it can be quite efficient, specifically in addition to clean fuel. Mr. Sorokin, I understand you have a meeting later on in the government, but perhaps you could take 2 more questions quite briefly before you run away. First, is it feasible to have CO2 quotas exchange in Russia? And the other question, can Russia become world leader in production and export of hydrogen? I can give you affirmative answers to both questions. As for the quota exchange, then we need to cooperate with some European partners because everything we do is to be recognized by the European Union and is to be in line with both European and global trends. That exchange is not the self-objective. It's an instrument. It's a tool leading us to cleaner fuel. And we have adopted respective laws, and we are looking up into the pilot project so that a platform for registration in quota trade, and it is done in the Sakhalin Island. Further on, we are working on the issuances of green certificates and the energy will be marked by those green certificates to validate its cleanliness. As for hydrogen, Russia is one of the most richest countries in gases, so we have every prospect to develop the hydrogen technology and energy. We set forth most ambitious goals in the area, so by the time when the trade in hydrogen comes, I think we will be quite equipped. And we have a lot of resources. We have facilities for methane conversion. So we have every chance to become the leader in that segment. The hydrogen strategy I mentioned envisages close cooperation with our partners such as Germany, South Korea, China, France, in terms of production and transportation of hydrogen. Thank you very much, Minister Sorokin. Wish you have a good day and see you again. So, Minister Kretschmer, what does this development mean for Saxony? So it is quite a challenge, and it is a trend that derives from the production of coal, brown coal, but the process is already about 1 year old, and the process will continue until 2038. We view it as an opportunity, and speaking of that development, we believe it is quite positive development. We invest in hydrogen, and we are engaged in 2 tenders for the contracts for 2 scientific and research centers. About 5,000 researchers will work in the 2 centers. And so far, the strategy is open. Everybody can become part of it. Speaking of those 30 years that have passed since the reunification of Germany, It's quite a new idea for us, and we are promoting the idea. On the other hand, we see that companies and engineering and transport engineering in mining, those companies pay a lot of attention so that to minimize the transition period to renewables, and Saxony is quite proactive in their effort to promote the agenda, climate-friendly agenda, solar power, and many in the future, as we hope, in the future, we will evolve as a quite major stakeholder, because we have a lot of potential for renewables. Leipzig is a city with which is rich in natural gas. It's an important city for petrochemical industry, for transportation. Is a transportation hub. It is an automotive hub, and Leipzig is eager to rely on hydrogen technology. So thank you very much, and I would like to ask Governor Drozdenko in the northwest of Russia, the economy in your region in the next 20 years, what changes can you envision there? Because of the transformation of energy supply, what will be the life of your children, grandchildren? What energy they will use in the Leningrad Oblast? Mr. Shep, on the one hand, I would like to be quite sophisticated, talking about those fashionable trends, and hydrogen is the future of energy. But on the other hand, we are to be quite practical, and we should be quite aware of our buying power of the population. And I can tell you frankly, in midterm, we will still rely on natural gas, and heat and power produced from natural gas is so far the most feasible and efficient way for us. And by the way, don't forget that biggest nuclear power plant in Russia is located in Leningrad Oblast, and it has a role there. But renewables is ranked the second in terms of the importance. We have a lot of coastal spaces, so wind and solar power are quite feasible in our region, and we rely also on the support of the German counterparts. And as I told you, I referred to some cases, we will build upon our efforts in renewables. And further on, there will be hydrogen prospects. I fully agree with Dr. Altmaier, who said that so far blue hydrogen is the most expensive energy. But I really agree with him that unlike green hydrogen, blue hydrogen is quite feasible. So in Leningrad Oblast, we are going to make use of all types of energy, and depending on the funds. So if you ask me to rank on all those energy sources, it's natural gas, then renewables, and then hydrogen. Hydrogen not only as a fuel, but as an export product. Mr. Governor, Nord Stream 2 starts from the territory of your region. I would like to ask Dr. Zelle in this respect. Do you think Nord Stream 2 will be completed? No doubt, and I hope it will be done quite fast. We are the investors. We are very much interested in that, and we try to influence the process. The delay time was quite long, and it has a negative impact on the payback period, on return on equity, return on investment. So the project tells us that German, European, and Russian investors are struggling for the project to be completed and make their contributions to that end. But it may happen only if all companies are confident about the efficiency. And this gas pipeline, for me, is quite a substantiated project and a necessary one. But there are some issues, political issues. But I think that if there are political issues stand in the way, that those issues are to be addressed through appropriate diplomatic challenge. Business should not suffer because of that. Besides, if there are unilateral extraterritorial sanctions, sanctions by the United States, well, I would say that if you would like to sanction Russia, focus on Russia, and stop short of sanctioning European companies. And some transit countries, they need funds from transit fees. And Russia and Ukraine signed a proper contract for those transit fees. I can only thank Gazprom officials for their flexibility. You can understand that those negotiations were not easy. I'm convinced that the pipeline is necessary for Europe, for companies, and we are really in need of reliable energy supplies so that Europe would maintain its competitiveness. Thank you very much, Dr. Zille. It's time to see the returns. The overwhelming majority out of 1,500 guests are convinced that future belongs to renewables and hydrogen. 25% favor gas. Renewables, 36%. 34% hydrogen, 25% natural gas, 2% oil. And by the way, LNG, nobody spoke of that as a priority. Dr. Zelle, there is another question to you. I think if not natural gas, but hydrogen will be shipped by Nord Stream 2. Well, we will have to be flexible for that, but it's a great prospect. Hydrogen is ranked number 3 for me, and Germany will also need renewables that would serve the basis for the turning point to carbon neutrality. But as for the hydrogen technology development, we are only in the earliest stages. As was pointed out, research centers are being built now just to explore the matter. Mr. Shep, speaking of climate change discussions in Germany, we all realize that it is the economic component that has the top priority, and renewables play a very important part in this sense. But on the other hand, we cannot maintain high costs for the energy. And we cannot also charge too much on our consumers. And there is another aspect of greatest importance. Some people believe that we would like to give up fossil fuel overnight, but we cannot do that with oil, gas, or coal. We need to take a reasonable approach. If we give up coal and nuclear power plants, we cannot give up natural gas too. Earlier this year, we were on the verge of blackout, and it's only gas-burning power plants that could maintain a reliable supply. And if we think of how to give up oil or fuel oil, we should also keep in mind all the management of the process. We need to make people aware that things like that cannot happen overnight. And speaking of the world situation, global situation, we need to do everything possible so that the entire world would turn to renewables, but conventional energy is required in order to maintain our living standards during the transitional period. Mr. Mr. Falke, what projects in the energy area you think can be most promising, and what can be the time frame? Thank you very much for the question. I'm the head of the working group, and we are a very important platform, and we maintain research and scientific dialogue and cooperation, and it's of paramount importance. But the cooperation will become the reality only if we manage to address certain issues.
Also, we have to put up some efforts. As far as bilateral initiatives are concerned, we see here a high level of readiness on both sides regarding collaboration in this area. Already 2 years ago, we had some considerations regarding the possible hydrogen development in Russia, and if people from political circles, scientific, academic circles are in a dialogue together, this is important already. But I want to reinforce that Germany alone won't definitely manage implementing the national strategy. Of course, we're talking about development until 2030, but it's going to happen very soon, by the way. In the terms of economic cycles, 2030 is not far away. In this way, 75% of this hydrogen, if it is manufactured from imported sources of energy, then we will have to import significantly 90 kilowatts. And we are talking about hydrogen that can be produced from based on pyrolysis. We believe that there are lots of opportunities here in Russian-German partnership. As far as gas infrastructure is concerned, this infrastructure has been created for decades, and in long-term perspective, of course, it will matter a lot whether or not Russia will be producing green hydrogen and whether or not it will be able to suggest decarbonized technologies. As for energy cooperation, this is important indeed. And German-Russian raw material forum is important indeed in this sense. Ladies and gentlemen, you have probably heard some additional noises here. This was an attempt to clean the snow from the roof in the building where we are now. We asked kindly the workers to stop it, but sorry for this interruption. Now we want to ask the third question of our poll, and here it is. Can energy transition in the EU be a threat for Russia's economy because it concerns oil and gas? You can respond by saying yes or no. Or there's the third alternative, difficult to respond. Please vote on our platform, and to do this, join our platform and use the hashtag 64437 code or scan the QR code and vote. Thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you very much to so many people who are voting. The results of these votings are interesting indeed. And now I'm redirecting my attention again, and I want to invite you all to look at northwest of Russia. I want to ask Governor Trotsenko a question. If the EU now, with all the efforts on stopping the climate change, will be implementing this energy transition in an accelerated pace, will it endanger Russia's supplies of oil and gas? The floor is yours, Mr. Governor. I won't be responsive for all Russia, with all respect to you, Mr. Shep. I will be responding for northwestern region. We are producing hydrocarbons. I really am looking forward to Nord Stream 2 project implementation. Of course, the shift of Europe from oil and gas can negatively affect our ports and the turnover there, because the Leningrad Oblast ports are the ones from where we are shipping oil and gas. But I want to say that we can't work miracles. You know that if somewhere it's a law of physics, if somewhere something is getting smaller, in other places something is getting bigger. If Europe wants to develop, and no development is possible without energy, at least today gas has good chances. And for us, it's a really good prospect. And secondly, there are good chances for renewable energy. It's not by chance that in the very beginning of our talk I said that we are giving additional tax benefits in Leningrad Oblast and to build a system of renewable energy, large power plants, small and big ones, and wind power plants, big and small ones. And moreover, in course of time, we anticipate to export them. Secondly, Leningrad Oblast is actively developing itself, and it's expanding in its economic development, and we have a growing need of energy. And we see that the nuclear power that is generated in Leningrad Oblast, of course, its needs are way higher than our demand, but the demand is growing as well. So I wouldn't say that this is a significant threat. I would say yes, definitely in the development of Leningrad Oblast, in our strategy, we need to take it into account. But also we need to consider that we can provide other alternatives. Export of energy in Europe, for example. As for the transition of hydrogen via pipeline, it's like a road. You know, when you build a road today, a vehicle fueled by petroleum may drive this road. Tomorrow, it's an electric vehicle. Just like it's the same with a pipeline. Today we have gas. Tomorrow we may have decarbonized gas. Clean gas from which Mr. Heitmüller will then produce the blue hydrogen-based fuel, or it's blue fuel or green fuel. Blue hydrogen or green hydrogen. So the very fact that we are building Nord Stream 2, it's a good strategy for energy independence, not only for Germany, but also for Europe. And on the contrary, I believe that the other European countries should support us and Germany in their aspirations to complete this project. Prime Minister Kretschmann, to what extent is gas from Russia important for your federal land, and to what extent is Nord Stream 2 important for your federal land? As I've already mentioned, in 2019, we had a successful meeting within the framework of St. Petersburg Economic Forum, and we announced that it's important for Germany to complete the project, to have the pipeline built, and for Saxony, the federal land of Saxony, natural gas from Russia is important indeed. We consume it here and we direct it to other regions as well. So the partnership in this sector really matters for us, and I'm happy that it exists for decades, and we have a close cooperation. And I'm happy we have partnership specifically between Gazprom and VNG. This is a solid and robust partnership. And I have one more question to you. You were mentioning that the reuse of nuclear power will be possible if energy transformation ends with nothing. I didn't say it in this particular way, not quite so. And I would say that I have put a different emphasis, not the way you said it. This is my point of view. We need responsible policy exercised from the next generation and generations to follow. The next generations have to have a possibility to make a different solution. As far as nuclear power is concerned, for many years I was responsible for scientific policy in Bundestag, and I was witnessing that our political aspirations were sometimes creating hurdles for scientific development, and this is a wrong thing to do. I want my children and great-children to have an opportunity for decision-making so that they would choose their own way. So scientifically speaking, we in Europe and in Germany should follow these trends and pave the way for new scientific discoveries and not to isolate the world of science. Transformation of energy center in Germany must succeed. Otherwise, it will be disastrous for Germany and the EU if it ends with nothing. But in fact, There are no signs for failure at the moment. If we maintain the economic criteria, it should be a success. If we refuse using coal or nuclear power, we need a reliable source and reliable energy carriers. At the moment, it's natural gas, and natural gas enables to develop the new promising technologies today. We can also develop hydrogen technologies that we've been discussing today, and we believe in its prospects. Different technology transformations and adjustments might be done for adapting the manufacturing for hydrogen production. We can produce hydrogen in other regions that we maintain partnership with. But most importantly, scientific and technical competences should be the main benchmark for our decision makings, and not only our convictions and not only it's the heart that should dictate what to do, but also the cold scientific mind. Thank you so much, Herr Prime Minister. And with your last words, we came to the end of our discussion. We have 10 more minutes before we go to the breakout sessions on the promising technologies. Wintershall concern that you know very well because you were the leader of it before going to VNG or Exxon or Shell. How to involve the large business in the energy sector and transformations in the EU. Mr. Shep, energy companies and oil and gas companies have coped with the situation, with this ongoing energy reform, and they took this challenge. They are investing in the expansion and use of renewables. In fact, the investment paradigm is being shifted, and this will lead to a situation whereby we will invest less in oil and gas development, and we will see that these joint companies will more and more respond to the needs of hydrogen energy and its potential, but it will be delayed in time. Like I said, initially there will be a strong investment activity in renewables, and many oil and gas companies are turning into energy corporations. And we took the same way. We have our own projects. We have a large photonic station in Austria. Now we're working on a large hydrogen project in Austria, but our transformation is slightly different. We're more turning into a chemical corporation, and raw material, that is to say oil, will not be the primary energy carrier for us. It will be a valuable raw material for the production of valuable materials that we need for our energy transformation. For example, to produce photonic batteries, thin film or coating for wind stations. For example, we manufacture the cables, overhead cables for wind stations so that power is transmitted to the continent. This also envisages transformation for our corporation too. And you might know that the company is more and more focused on expanding to the developing markets, and Russia is a wonderful example of that. I mean, the diversification to the Asian markets, growth in oil and gas sector will take place more and more in China and in India, and global companies will be more actively investing there in order to supply these markets, while the European market will more be a market that is investing in the technologies of renewable sources of energy and the sources that comply with the concept of new energy. At the moment, we are living through a phase where economic projects are not attractive. So we need large programs of governmental support because every company, every investor in green hydrogen will depend on state support because regular investments will not be paid back in a traditional way. And this is the biggest challenge for many companies. We have to find our way that will enable us to cut the costs and deploy this technology so that then we will be capable of investing in these technologies on our own. Thank you very much. Our ambitious projects will never succeed without small steps that each of us has to make. So to conclude, I would like to present several specific projects. To do this, I give the floor to Governor Drostenko. I have a request to you, Governor. Please tell us about the plans of Leningrad Oblast in implementing hydrogen strategy of Russia until 2024. This is a strategy adopted on the federal level, and it is being implemented in the regions of Russia. What should be considered and what are your plans? Please, the floor is yours. Colleagues, firstly, I agree with the previous speakers in that everything related to green hydrogen, renewable power, hydrogen in general, requires significant investments and costs, and they cannot be happening without state support. In the same way, we acknowledge on the regional level that part of our tax revenues depend on the decisions made by the regional authorities. Of course, in our region, we first of all anticipate to work with renewable sources of energy. We have several projects, and I'd like to name them. It's the first project called DIHK-1. It's a construction of wind power station in Volkhova of Leningrad Oblast. And second one is NL company that's planning to build wind power plant in Kaporya and in Volosova. These are the regions, locations in Leningrad Oblast, 260 megawatts. It's not much region-wise, but quite significant anyway. Second area of our work is the construction of a hydropower plant, where we are open for both large investors who will build large hydropower plants, and we're open for smaller investors to build mid-size HPPs. For example, the Lushsky fishing factory recently built a hydropower plant of their own, 60 kilowatts, not quite powerful in its capacity, but it's enough for the company. So on an artificial lake of their own, they build it in Ivanovska Oblast. It is based on Western technologies and fully supplies the plant with this hydropower. Of course, we consider these prerequisites for Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, and we anticipate that they will serve not only for exports of natural gas, but also for hydrogen as well. And we believe that together with German and other partners on the auspices of Gazprom, we will start using hydrogen technology blended with gas. This would be a great breakthrough. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Altmaier to hear his response to this question. The question is as follows. What can you say about Badlaustek energy project? What is the project about, and can the Russian partners be participating in this project? It's implemented in VNG together with partners in hydrogen. Yes, thank you for your question. You know, we also anticipate participation in different scales. And if Mr. Governor mentioned green hydrogen project, I would say in Germany it's an important topic too. It helps to reshape the chain supplies. And if we're talking about energy supplies, we first of all here mean production of hydrogen to accumulate thermal power. And of course, this is an important topic for energy transition. It envisages accumulation of power. In this way, we will have the full picture. And partly this question has already been discussed. And once again, if we're talking about the technical aspect of this question and about what else we have to do in this area, of course, we need to keep in mind what are the regulatory aspects to be shaped and what kind of support on the state level should be provided to these kind of projects so that they would succeed. As far as the Russian partners are concerned, let me briefly outline it. At the moment, Russian partners are not involved, but this is a flagship project. And a flagship project is charismatic indeed. We hope, of course, that with the Russian partners, a certain partnership will take place.
Yekaterina's gas storage built together with Gazprom. I like the flagship project very much. The word, dear participants, I would like to thank you for finding time and a lot on your time to attend this very interesting, breathtaking discussion, which resulted in a very clear picture. In a few minutes, we are going to start our 3 parallel sessions. I would like to welcome all those who joined us from northwest of Russia, from Vienna, from Leipzig, and we will see you soon.
Meine Damen und Herren, wie Herr Schepp.
Ladies and gentlemen, as was announced by Mr. Schepp, the program is being continued, and now we are going to have 3 parallel discussions: pharmaceuticals, IT, and European Asian Economic Union. And we have 3 different virtual rooms. You can choose from the menu, and you can move from one room, a virtual room, to another. Here in the main room, we have the discussion on pharmaceuticals, entitled "Russia is a Market for Pharmaceutical Industry." We have Mr. Fisenko, the Deputy Minister of Healthcare, Mr. Christenko, President Nanotech, Dr. Christian Machkip, Balanchimi, Valtish Dorf, lawyer, managing partner of Moscow Bureau Bittenberg, and it will be moderated by Andrea Fritsche. In room 2, we will have a discussion on the strategic development of the Russian IT industry, attended by Dmitry Peskov, presidential envoy, and Andrei Filatov, Ekaterinina Santseva, Rosatom, Agnes Ritter, Severstal, Patrick Pollitt, RSP, and it will be moderated by Hannes Farlok. And in virtual room 3, you will find the discussion on Eurasian Economic Union in global supply chains, attended by Clemens Redman, Michael Quiring, Royal Partner, and some more people added, such as Irina Telego and Ruslan Davidov. And again, you have an option to choose between the 3 virtual rooms and join any of the 3 discussions. And don't forget that following the 3 panels in the main room, we'll meet with the head coach of the Russian football team, Stanislav Cherchesov. We'll give you some time to make your choice, just to make sure which room, which discussion you join. Stay with us. It will be exciting.
Herzlich willkommen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second part of the conference on the strategic cooperation between Germany and Russia. It's the 8th conference. We welcome Ms. Svetlana Garbel, CEO Siemens, held thinner years in Russia. And we have online participants, Mr. Fernandez from Stada, Dr. Matschke from Berlin Chemie, and Mr. Dr. Christian Matschke, and Mr. Romanov, who is replacement of the Deputy Minister of Healthcare. He will be a little bit later. So the discussion is translated into German and English simultaneously, and Russian, of course, too. And I'll start with the topic that really made a revolution last year, and that's the coronavirus. And it was a great blow on the industry. May I introduce myself? I'm Andrei Fritsch. I'm Chief Government Relation Officer from the state of Hessen in the Russian Federation, and we cooperate with the DIHK. So my first question, the system of health care is an industry which was mostly engaged, mostly pressured last year. What's your estimate of the introduction of innovations? Did pandemic lead to the introduction of innovations, or is it a unique story without a long continuation? You have only 1 minute to respond. I can tell you for sure that we will see the upsurge of innovations, but it will depend on the country. It will vary with every individual country. Countries with financial resources to invest in medical technologies will be in the forefront. It's quite obvious in the world that healthcare investments may pay back many times if the country, in terms of sophistication, in terms of technologies and strong response to the pandemic, is prepared. Less people are sick. The survivability rate is better. And so they're in a better position. Innovations will continue to grow, but it will depend on an individual country. Mr. Fischendorf, Falk Fischendorf is a lawyer, and he is the managing partner and in Byton Burkhardt. I would like to ask you, Mr. Tischendorf, do you think that the innovations will show an upsurge? I think it has already happened last year. Let's recall how pharmaceuticals and medical industries made a boom at the upsurge, how they accelerated their pace of the development. Innovations appeared and were developed, and they will be developed further. We will see more regulations, more laws to promote regulations, both in the pharmaceutical industry and the medical equipment industry, medical engineering industry. We can just try to figure out to what extent those innovations will be cross-border or not. And here we have a potential for cooperation between Germany and Russia. Mr. Fernandez is joining us from his office in Essen. I represent the state of Hessen, and I'm glad that another person is here with us. You will answer in English, but I will ask my question in German, or in Russian, yes. So, Do you expect the development of innovations in the near term?
That is coming already. So we saw what the industry did in a very short period of time. And obviously from the supply chain perspective, manufacturing perspective, we need to bring this innovation, agility, reduce our lead times to supply patients in a situation like this. I think what the industry did, in a really challenging and unprecedented situation was really amazing. There is a clear reflection of innovation. But it's not only innovation from the technology perspective, manufacturing perspective or development, but also, bringing more solutions to patients. For example, now people are really more focused on their health, right, with products to improve the immune system, right? So things like that, I think the industry is really bringing more and more. And again, what I have seen, to be honest, in 2020 with the development of the vaccine and the supply of the vaccine in a short period of time is kind of unique. So of course, this situation is really driving innovation all over the place.
Vielen Dank für die kurze Antwort. Jetzt haben wir auch Herrn Romanov schon zugeschaltet aus dem russischen Gesundheitsministerium.
I would also ask you another question. Can we expect new innovations in the year resulting from the coronavirus crisis? Do you think so?
I think so. I think we learned a lot during this crisis. From the supply chain perspective, we need to really find ways to be more agile and faster. We need to be able to activate new sources really quickly or quicker. So actually, it was a really interesting experience for all of us, which at the end, we need to find solutions to have a more agile and flexible supply chain. And that is driving innovation. Right?
All right, thanks a lot for this quick answer. Again, I will try. Филипп Александрович Романов, надеюсь, что вы нас слушаете. Я сейчас по-русски
Now I would like to ask Mr. Romanov and try to ask it in Russian. So, Mr. Romanov, do you think that the crisis will impact innovations in the healthcare market? Or perhaps it is the crisis that we have now, but in 2 years it will pass and there will be no changes. Innovations will take place inevitably. The 2020 showed us that we have a potential both here and in foreign countries. We maintained close contacts with the regulators throughout the world, and we saw that some changes in the regulatory environment enable us to bring innovations faster to the system of healthcare. And all those measures enabled us to maintain the situation quite tolerable in 2020, but the trend continues. So I think it is the right time to use all our resources, including innovations. Thank you very much for that answer. I would like to introduce you, by the way. You are the head of the Pharmaceuticals Trade Regulator, and you came here to replace Deputy Minister Fisenko, who failed to show up this morning by some reason. So thank you very much for coming instead of him, and thank you for representing the ministry. Mr. Machko, You are the member of the executive board of Berlin Chemie, and Russia is an important market for you. Innovations is a relevant topic for you as well. And then the question, I wonder if pandemic introduced innovations. And thank you very much for your participation. And thanks in response for the inviting me. And it's good that we can work online. My answer is quite clear. As the previous speakers pointed out, what we see in the pharmaceutical industry is that it is the key today in order to cope and address all the challenges. In many areas, in production of raw materials, in the development of medications, and we can already see a lot of innovations coming into life. And those innovations, from my perspective, will apply to other areas as well, not only to the development of vaccines. I think we are facing the time when some new key technologies will come into being. And here I would like to speak of digitalization that is playing a greater role in pharmaceuticals and chemical industries. We can see the growth of innovations. So I can join my colleague Tischendorf, who said that it's important to cope global challenges with global challenges on a global level. So unless we have global cooperation and partnership, we may not cope with all the address all the challenges. Challenges may come from all parts of the world. Vladimir Khristenko is the president of a major pharmaceutical company, which is Nanolec.
Thank you. I think I have but to share the viewpoints of the previous speakers. Let me conclude, though, and summarize. Of course, the innovations are accelerating, and innovations is something that helped us to respond globally, and I think innovations can be split into three main areas. Of course, it's innovations in developing vaccines and drugs. This is the main thing, but without the other two streams, this would have been impossible. And I think it's for the first time ever that we face the need to scale up the manufacturing in the shortest period of time. Several millions of doses of vaccine have to be produced in the nearest future, but this is a big challenge for the manufacturers of vaccines, equipment, and auxiliary materials, and without innovative approach, it cannot be tackled. Second thing that Philip Alexandrovich mentioned is innovations in regulatory work, because of course the timeline of implementing innovations in pharmaceutical industry have been absolutely different before. And of course the approaches that were deployed in the past to balance up risks and benefits were totally different. Considering the speed of pandemic proliferation and the power of it that we witnessed last year, I have to say that the regulators also had to find innovative solutions for clinical and preclinical trials so that they would respond to the challenges in the timely manner. Thank you very much, Vladimir, for your response. And now, here is a question to our participants. Mr. Shepp and I have already conducted a survey through the slides. If you were in a panel discussion on energy market, you know how it works. But pharmaceutical industry is an important industry as well. So we are curious to know what you think about the following. Here is a question and a poll. To respond, please take your mobile phones, switch on your cameras, and scan the QR code. This is the first option. Second option, go on our website, www.slider.com, and then enter hashtag 64437, that's the code, and then answer the question, can Russia take the leading position on the global healthcare market due to Sputnik V vaccine and its success? The options for the response are yes, most probably no, and the third option is hard to answer. Start voting, and we can see some answers are coming up. Please note that in DIHK we have a pharmaceutical committee. It's an important one because there are more and more questions now regarding the investments and intellectual property. And within this committee, we exchange opinions between Russian, German, and international businesses. So here I see some first responses. Only 19 persons responded. It's not representative yet, but we can feel where the trend is going. Can I please ask the technical crew to show us the answers again? Okay. It's still 65% of respondents saying most rather no. 30% responded rather yes. And there is a question to Mr. Romanov. What do you think about these results? Do you agree with them? Do you agree with the situation? Are you as skeptical as our respondents? You know, the decisions that have been made by the Russian government, Ministry of Healthcare, developers of vaccines and drugs, showed their efficacy. Now we can see that in terms of morbidity, mortality, the situation is changing, and I'm optimistic, definitely. Thank you, Philip Alexandrovich. One more question, briefly, to you. How powerful was the growth of investments in Russia due to Sputnik V vaccine? Do you see the changes already, or everything is the same yet? Is it a question to me? Yes, this is a question to you. How powerful was the growth of investments in Russia due to the development of the vaccine? Do you see any positive changes in investments, or no, not yet? I think that the figures will be published and sensed later, but in terms of the innovations in Russia and the development of Russia, we can see its success. The Russian vaccine has already been registered in 28 countries of the world. So the forecast on investments is only a favorable one. Thank you very much, Philip Alexandrovich. And now Svetlana Gabriel is with us in our studio in Moscow. Svetlana, you are representing Siemens Engineer in Russia and in CIS countries. Siemens Engineer is dealing with healthcare technology and systems. Do you anticipate that Corona crisis will lead to the growth of investments in R&D only, or in healthcare in general? For example, in medical technologies that you are representing. What do you think? Will they develop? Well, the investments are already underway, and we see that in all countries, there is a huge need in procurement of equipment that helps to diagnose diseases and also help to stage the diseases, to understand what stage the disease is at. As far as our cooperation is concerned, since 2019, we started to supply to the Russian and Central Asian markets the particular pieces of technology that help to do the remote screening of lungs. There are technologies that enable to use a tablet and being located remotely from the patient to the lung CT. Besides, we have mobile devices that have helped to identify gases in blood. There are, for example, IgM, IgG determining devices that help you to understand what stage is the disease at, or without any symptoms to identify that or that patient is sick. That is to say, there are some pieces of equipment that are actively being procured, but this is not the most important thing. Most importantly, I believe, is that before the pandemics and the doctors and the medical community were very conservative about deploying telemedicine, remote technologies for diagnosis, remote control over the equipment. Now it's a vital need. And so we can say that this disease, the coronavirus, enabled the community to take a different look at the situation. For example, there are red zone clinics where it is impossible without personal protection equipment to help the patients. And in this situation, we need to serve the equipment so that it operates nonstop. What is happening? Our engineers can do the remote monitoring of the equipment 24/7 and to fix it in case of some troubleshootings. What is happening now, we may say, is a big leap forward for the entire healthcare industry and for all those who work in healthcare and in pharmaceutical industry. The question, though, remains open. How is it going to happen globally? And how will the global market players in the field of pharma and medicine withstand the pandemics globally? How will they unite to make it happen? This is for the first time, at least in my life, when the whole world is discussing one and the same problem, and this problem is not politically motivated, but it's caused by natural disaster. We hope that you will never witness such a pandemic again, and we hope that it will be a really rare phenomenon in the human history. But since it brings about progress, this is probably not extremely bad at all. Mr. Tischendorf, IP is an important topic indeed, and it plays a major role here as well in this context. I want to speak about the Russian market now. And if we're talking about intellectual property, for the success of the company in the long-term perspective, it plays a leading role too. What is the situation in Russia with intellectual property, in your opinion? And do you see any changes here caused by pandemics and any challenges in protecting IP because of pandemics? And, you know, I want to address this question in the following way. I think we need to take a differentiated approach. If we're talking about Sputnik V vaccine, of course, this event will play a major role. And in March, we anticipate a new vaccine. And in Russia and even earlier in the Soviet Union, the specialists on viruses were always considered to be great specialists. But let's differentiate. What are we talking about? About healthcare, pharmaceutical industry, or medicine and virusology? I admit that Russia is going to play a major role here in long-term perspective, and it would be good to have collaboration in here. And one more thing that we all often hear, of course, we may say that there is an opportunity for investments, and they might be boosted. But of course, this means in its turn, that a state is also looking at how to conduct the regulation better, regulatory process better to maintain the source of investments, in particular in the area that we're in question. You know, investments are associated with huge investments. Pharmaceutical products, medical technology are heavily invested in, and there are interests of the companies that should be protected, and they must be protected, and they are being protected in Russia as well through different regulators and institutions and patents. But at the same time, in some areas, we can see a particular potential for the conflict of interest between the state as an entity responsible for the well-being of its citizens and entrepreneurs, the companies that develop some products, entrepreneurs who want to protect their intellectual property for the product. In Berlin, a year ago, we were discussing this topic in what concerns the forced identification. We were saying that this is not acceptable. We need to provide legal protection of the companies because they cannot be forcefully licensed. But today we see a situation in Russia. In December, for example, we saw for the first time a fact of forced licensing exercised by the Russian government. And interestingly enough, this situation was related to vaccine. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Lie company, and it was about medication for the treatment of COVID-19. And there's one interesting thing here. We see a similar situation in other countries, in Germany. And Federal Court in Germany in 2017 made a decision as well, according to which a license was issued forcefully for a medication that back then, of course, had no relation whatsoever to the therapy of coronavirus. But it was a drug that is relevant for HIV treatment among children and youth. And again, we see a similar example in Israel in the context of COVID-19. Why am I telling you this? Legal protection is being provided. It is there. But if we're talking about this conflict of interest that is being outlined here, I'm talking about a conflict here, but it's not about the conflict per se, but about matching different interests of the companies and other interests as well, such as bringing these products to the end consumers. But how to build these bridges? There are lots of ideas and considerations of use here. And I think here it is right to put it in a broader context. If we're talking about collaboration between German and Russian business, about DIHK activity, we can build a toolkit that would ensure a certain protection for the companies. On the other hand, this will provide an opportunity for the government to do vaccination as well, if we're talking about vaccines. And then everywhere, and maybe to less extent in Russia, we see, especially in Germany, that this is not the case because the vaccine is not manufactured to enough quantities. And if we're talking about motivation, I think it's one of the constituent important tasks for the future. Of course, I wonder if Russia will be able to maintain this balance between different institutions. But it's not only about Russia. We see the situation everywhere. If we look at the German patent law, the situation is slightly different. But if we look at the provision number 360, of course, it is aiming at balancing the healthcare interests and rights of the companies. But this problem is a problem everywhere, in Germany, in Israel, in Russia as well. and we need to find solutions here, and it would be good to find such a solution indeed. A solution of this kind can be found only through cooperation. At the same time, we need to ensure the operation of the companies. We need to make sure they keep investing and the government keeps bringing the well-being of its population in life and action. I will be looking forward to continuing this interesting dialogue in AHK and with the government regulators. Mr. Majke, innovation and research. We have been talking a lot about it in the context of healthcare and pharmaceutical industry. We were speaking about legal solutions. It's a constituent part of your work in what concerns the research in oncotherapy. Can you tell us about what's going in Russia? In your Kaluga manufacturing site, you produce a lot of innovative drugs, and if I remember well, you produce generics as well, generic drugs as well. Can you tell us more about your understanding of the situation? You are right indeed. In our manufacturing site in Kaluga Oblast, for a decade now, a decade or so, well, if we take the period including construction as well, we have the tableted forms, the perioral drugs that we manufacture for the Russian market, and we have 150 employees at the moment in our Kaluga plant, and they work and they also cooperate with the regional and national regulators. And yes, indeed, we are involved in cooperation with the authorities in Kaluga Oblast. It's important that we are constantly enhancing the products that we are manufacturing, and we have good cooperation established both within our corporation and countrywide, and we are quite active here.
Thank you very much. I would like to continue and ask a question to Mr. Kristenko. Vladimir, you have a facility, a plant in the Kirovsk region. Well, and our guests are also aware of that. From the time you took the reins of the company, you began emphasizing cooperation with foreign companies such as Fengtife, Pithofen. How would you estimate the level of international cooperation nowadays? Over the past 10 years, since the foundation of the company, we've been building the development on partnership with other companies. The moment when we signed the partnership agreement with Merck, we had a joke that we were the youngest company and Merck was the oldest company in the industry, and they were signing a cooperation agreement. But we made a lot of progress, much progress since then, and now we have new partners such as Novartis, MSD, and others. So the partnership is based on the win-win logic. It's when partners join their effort to achieve greater goals. So on our part, we can offer the most sophisticated facilities. We started with solid medications, then we switched to other forms, and thanks to the situation of the past year, we decided to produce biological substances, and the layout work is being over, and we are starting to build the plant for those medications. All the partners you mentioned, they are fully aware that they can rely on us from the standpoint of production potential and access to the market. We understand now how to make best international technologies affordable to every person living in the country. Thank you, Vladimir, for your answer. Mr. Fernandez, the question is to you. I think all the guests and visitors are aware of your activities in the Russian market. You make a lot of investments. You are very proactive. You have innovative products in the market, specifically for Parkinson disease. So you produce specialty pharmaceuticals. From your perspectives, are there good chances for specialty pharmaceuticals in the market? The last question is, how strong your footprint is here in the Russian market?
And starting with the last question, we're really strong. We have two big factories, one in Ovnich, the other one in Nizhny. One of them is focused on solid dosage forms, and the other one is focused on liquids and semi-solids. So we have a lot of capacity, and we're investing a lot in our factories. We are growing significantly. Not only innovation and new technology, but also capacity expansion. Our company actually is growing significantly in three segments. One is the generics. The other one is the consumer health, especially with the portfolio that we are bringing from Takeda, food supplements. And then the specialties, what you mentioned about the specialties, the company is becoming very strong globally, and it is our intention to expand this portfolio in Russia as well. So innovation, like the innovation that you mentioned for Parkinson, and we have more in other diseases, is something that we are planning actually to bring the solutions to patients in Russia. But again, our footprint is very significant. It's a very important country for us, and those factories are really very important in our network. So we will continue investing in that footprint that we have today.
Und die Frage der Spezialpharmazeutik.
Thank you very much. And what is the potential of the Russian market? What's your assessment?
Well, I think Russia is a very important market, right? So it's a big population. It's a very important country that is growing. And yeah, of course, I think our mission is always bring solution to patients, and if we expand the portfolio and we bring new solutions, we believe there's a great potential. Yeah. So no doubt about that. Yeah.
Okay. Vielen Dank. Filip Alexandrovich, у меня к вам
Philip Alexandrovich, and speaking of COVID vaccination effort, we know that Sputnik V is one of the most efficient vaccines in the market now. So vector vaccination, to what extent do you think how effective and how efficient they will be to address mutations? And we've seen a lot already in England and South Africa, in other countries, and it arouses fear. So do you think that vector Sputnik vaccinations can cope with most of the mutations? Well, the vaccine that we're using now shows the best of efficiency. And the vaccinations that you are talking about, I think, as time goes by, they will continue we see the interest of the Russian vaccine growing. And speaking of the international cooperation, we cooperate not only in deliveries, but also in exchange of technologies and sharing technologies, so that the most number of people can be vaccinated, not only in this country, but in the countries of our partners. The efficiency is quite high, and vaccination countries-wise, we can see that. And if I may, I would respond to the previous comment, and it is about the IP protection. Svetlana Gerbel again is in the office now. Siemens has been in the Russian market for 130 years, and you have been supplying the medical equipment to Russia for that number of years. I think that there could be some updates and modernizations in this area because of coronavirus, and to what extent the innovation to what extent it will apply to other categories of equipment. Will digitalization have an effect here? From my perspective, innovations as such, they are the prerequisite for the development of any companies, including ours. We have registered 18,500 patents, so we've been always focusing on having and producing most efficient, most sophisticated equipment. And we like to see to it that the equipment cannot not only be supported by service engineers, but controlled as well, so that the equipment has no contact with the patient who could be infected. Distant learning is taking pace. We tried for a long time to introduce the technologies of learning for our doctors who may stay in Khabarovsk, Vladivostok, but those attempts, they were faced with some concern. But now the transfer of knowledge, it happens much faster, and it is the case with innovations. Tracking of patients, it's not only about diagnostics or treatment, but rehabilitation as well. So if a patient has been in contact with other people, so the referral, the return of the disease is possible. And some new technologies will be required to cope with that, and that's what we are trying to work at, so that hospitals are relieved from such those categories of patients. I think this is the innovation which may apply to the entire industry. I have another question. Here in Russia, in this country, you do some research, development. So this activity and research and development you do in Russia, is it designed for this country only, or it is an export product? You know, we have a division which is in charge of research and development, and we have some hospitals, clinics, which explore some innovative areas, and together with them we come up with innovations. We cannot say that we do only in-house research and development. We cooperate with the leading federal establishments or private clinics. We developed the digital diagnostics of the prostate cancer together with a private clinic. And then we share those technologies with the rest of our customers, both in Europe and in Asia. It's a continuous transfer of knowledge. But it's in line with globalization. It's part of globalization. Yes, and it's the trend. And the Sputnik is a case which tells us that if there is some concentration of knowledge in a country, it can be shared. I can hear from my operators telling me that we have a question from the audience. So there's Mr. Klunke, and he's offered to ask a question. So there is Oliver Klunke, Deputy Pharmaceutical Committee of the DIHK. Really, I am happy that we have the individual committee, topical committee in the chamber. And I would like to ask a question that goes beyond pandemics. And I would like to ask about rare diseases. And I would like to ask Mr. Romanov. Russian government did a lot so that some exotic or rare diseases can be treated. There is the Child Foundation for that, and the Russian policy in the healthcare places a priority for localization, but in terms of rare diseases, localization is quite difficult. So I wonder if the Russian government thinks that they can allow payback and other models be used in the Russian market, risk share, and perhaps there are some other models which Russia considers. We are looking into all opportunities and models. We started even in 2014. We began exploring the preparations, and we are making use of research made abroad. And we specialty pharmaceuticals demand is discussed now at the national federal level. The list of specialty pharmaceuticals is extended continuously. And we are exploring all technical and financial capabilities. So it is quite in focus. Thank you very much. We have some questions from the guests, from the audience. And one of the biggest questions how to invite people to attend such events. Okay, so thank you very much. And Mr. Tischendorf, you are the localization expert, and you are in charge of the committee and on the global supply chain. And in June, the conference was held on that account. Now we have the separate discussion on the supply chain. From your perspective, do you think that there will be a migration of production facilities of pharmaceuticals into Russia? Or you think that when the pandemic is over, we will do business as usual?
In fact, I think this is a more holistic question than what you're asking merely applied to Russia. In fact, in the event of the recent pandemic, not only the manufacturing of drugs, but also medical equipment was challenged, and the supply chains were disrupted, and many pieces of equipment were not assembled timely and were not supplied timely. In this sense, many pharmaceutical companies and medical technology companies had to think how to, or to rethink how they can work and produce the medical equipment in a reliable way. And as we speak about a new threat of pandemics, and it has been mentioned several times here, I think that we definitely should be prepared for another pandemic, even if it doesn't happen. The question is, how reasonable is that to maintain a system whereby some components are manufactured in remote parts of the world and then they are assembled in Europe, for example? Or does it make sense to do the full cycle production in Europe? So on one hand, we can speak about trends such as something opposite to globalization. We first had the globalization, and then the pendulum is going back in the other direction. Maybe we can think about what regionalization can give us, what are the benefits of it. Maybe it can go to Germany or back in Europe or probably back in Russia. What would it mean for Russia? It means, of course, that Russia should have free production capacities, not only in pharmaceutical industry, but in other industries as well. And we need to have mature productions sites where we could partly localize our production. And I think the decisive factor here is the following. Russia will then directly compete with other countries, including Eastern European countries that are EU members. And in this sense, requirements to localization will be relatively high. That is to say, companies will have to think twice. How reasonable is that for their own development to ensure such localization? If we're talking about pharmaceutical drugs, in some areas this may be the case, while in others we need to find other solutions. At the same time, each company will be asking itself a question: what matters for the company? What matters for the industry? This is important, and it should be kept in mind. And we can speak about localization, and we should do this. And I would be grateful to you if you take part in our survey about localization, because this is what our company is interested in. What can be localized? What is economically feasible? And what can make export from Russia economically attractive, including export of medical equipment and pharmaceutical products. We thank you so much for your response. I want to ask a similar question to Mr. Machke. At the same time, let me remind you all that we have 10 more minutes, because I know that the chief coach of the Russian national football team has already arrived in our studio. I can see him here. We have only 10 minutes of time and then a sports discussion. Mr. Machke, a question to Berlin Chemie. Berlin Chemie procures API from China and India as well. How is the quality of raw material changing, and did the situation with pandemic change it? Thank you for your question. Let me start by answering from pandemic part. First of all, I want to extend my gratitude and compliments to the Russian government because our chains of supplies remained intact and they were not disrupted. This was really important. We had this possibility of free turnover of goods. This is true for the European region as well. This is important. Indeed, and it's important to say that we procure API not only from China and India, but other corners of the world as well. It's important to note that in pharmaceutical industry, the raw materials are registered. They are part of the registration dossier for the product, and we must use the API that had been filed for registration in the healthcare authority. Of course, we are trying to procure API, the original API from Russia as well. And we will focus more and more on this in the future. But as for the suppliers of the raw materials in Russia, of course, we would welcome the creation of additional manufacturing capacities to produce raw materials in Russia as well. A question to Vladimir Kristenko, and please try to be concise. I want to go back to the question on the studies. I think it's a question of interest. If we're talking about partnerships in pharmaceutical industry, you have a number of partnership projects, but at the same time, I know that you are looking for partnerships with R&D organizations and institutes in Germany as well. What specifically are you planning in this relation? Do you have a partner, or the search is underway? I would say that the search is still underway. The thing is that last year, largely because of the pandemics, we launched a laboratory of our own. We signed an agreement with Sechenov University, and we organized our lab in Sechenov Institute. I would say that this cooperation, if we're talking about the German counterpart, it's still on the level of an idea, but what matters here, and I want to point out this, it happened so that Russia and Germany during pandemics were pioneering in developing vaccine. Russia developed Sputnik 5, in Germany CureVac vaccine, BioNTech vaccine, and based on this, I think cooperation and R&D between Russia and Germany is inevitable. One more question to you, Vladimir, because you mentioned vaccine. What about your vaccine, the one that you are developing? What is the stage of your vaccine? When can we anticipate it? And very briefly, please tell us about the anti-COVID drugs. Do you have any drugs that we can anticipate in the treatment of COVID-19? Well, let me respond briefly. From the very onset of pandemics, we started manufacturing the hydroxychloroquine. It was the main candidate to treat coronavirus. It happened so that we were developing this drug some years ago already, and due to the regulators' efforts, we managed to master the manufacturing process within weeks. But as for the chains of supplies, the hydroxychloroquine HCQ, which the price of which was relatively low, within weeks it grew 10 times. This, of course, made it less attractive and less profitable, but our regulator responded and made some adjustments for this not to happen. And also, we're now about to file, we're on a registration stage for floripiravir. Together with Aspen company, we produce a low molecular heparin, troxiparin. It is actively deployed in concomitant therapy of coronavirus infection. We have an agreement with the manufacturer of Ferroncol. It is actively deployed during cytokine storm. Our partner, Institute of Chumakov, together with them, we developed a poliomyelitis vaccine, and we're scaling it up. They developed their own vaccine against coronavirus infection. You know, it's hard to be a pharmaceutical company and to remain passive and far away from what is happening on the market now. As far as the vaccine is concerned, as I told you, our entire previous experience was associated with production. As for R&D, these are our first steps in R&D, and we didn't have any goal to be the first ones to jump into the train that goes towards the vaccine. This was not our goal. Now we are finally at the final stage of choosing the specific producing strain, and our goal this year is to conduct clinical trials and at best to proceed to the phase 1 of clinical trials. But as I told you, our goal in this R&D is to, first of all, gain competencies of our own and to have quality development of this vaccine whenever it presents to be possible. Okay, we keep the fingers crossed for you, Vladimir. We wish you every success in your research. Mikhail Fernandez, a question to you. Stada is a large company. In pharmaceutical industry, it has been working for many years, and you have been working not only in Stada, but also in other large companies. But here is a generic question, but try to be concise, because we have 5 minutes left. If we're talking about the situation with pandemics, and this is not only true for pandemics, but in general, how can pharmaceutical industry be prepared if a situation like pandemics repeat itself? And how prepared can we be in general to these kind of events?
One thing that we realize is to protect our employees and the safety of our people is always a key priority. To be honest, it was always a priority for the pharma industry, but we realized that to keep our factories running and to protect our people is always a priority number one, because we need to keep supplying medicines. And the other thing that we have learned is that we need to diversify a little bit the risk in our supply chain, and we need to go for dual sourcing or alternate sourcing for some key products. So we can react, in a situation like this. If something happened in our supply chain, we can react and activate another supply chain. And the last point is, one of my colleagues mentioned before, leverage data and digital to be a little bit more flexible and, to increase the speed in our industry. I think that will be crucial going forward, so we can react and be better prepared for something like this. That hopefully never comes again, but I think we learn a lot from this experience.
Vielen Dank auch für die kurze Antwort. Ich glaube, die Frage ist sehr komplex im Endeffekt noch nicht einfach zu beantworten. Ich muss jetzt leider zu einem Ende kommen, auch wenn ich hier noch
Thank you so much. It was a complex question, and we have a shortage of time. This is a really fascinating discussion, and it's a pity to keep it so concise. But I want to understand what your moods are, and what do you think will be the situation in February next year? And if we are talking about our conference, the 9th conference that will most probably be conducted, will it take place in February and in Berlin? Will it be an offline conference? Will we see each other there? Thumbs up or thumbs down? What do you think about it? Just show it with a gesture. Okay. It looks like you were all positive in your reaction. I'm glad to see it. And I'm looking forward to see you next year in Berlin. And I hope we'll have an expanded format. We'll be able to spend a day in the House of German Economy with 500, 600 participants. Today we had 1,500 viewers, and I'm really happy that you joined us. The chief coach of the Russian national football team, Mr. Cherchesov, is here. Mr. Sheb will conduct this discussion. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for this discussion. I thank all the participants. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much. I wish you every success and see you next year. Dear viewers, welcome to the grand finale of our conference on the strategic cooperation between Germany and Russia. You cannot even imagine what was going on here in the studio. I was even scared that the technology will fail because each person wanted our guest to kindly sign for them. They wanted his autograph. I am really pleased and honored to welcome here Stanislav Cherchesov, the chief coach of the Russian national football team. I welcome you cordially. Welcome. The topic of our conversation today is motivation. Stanislav, how do you motivate your footballers? Well, there are different ways of motivation, just like the teams and the players. They are all different. They all have different characters, and they play with different people. Contestants are different. The levels of footballers and sportsmen, irrespective of their level, they need motivation. So their leader, their coach, should provide this motivation, because without motivation it's hard to be successful, because motivation is a synonym to overcoming, in my understanding, because when you are motivated, you are overcoming the difficulties and hurdles. Without motivation, you can't achieve your maximum. You were a goalkeeper, and in Spartak, in Lokomotiv, you have been playing in Spartak, in Lokomotiv. You were playing internationally in Dynamo Dresden. The Germans know it. You played in Innsbruck, in Tyrol. You were coaching internationally in Aker Tyrol. You were a coach in Spartak, Dynamo Moscow. in Warsaw. Exactly, yes. Okay, what matters after all? Is it attack or defense? I think that attack is the best defense. Another thing is that the contestants differ. And sometimes you work with San Marino, sometimes you work with the Spaniards. You can't attack much the Spaniards. You have to defend well to have a chance, like we had at the World Cup. But so let me repeat again, there are teams that can play on their own, in Germany in particular. There is a team like ours, and sometimes we have to adjust depending on our contestants, because to run forward, eager to attack. A boxer should never attack if he doesn't know how to defend. And what do you think, as a footballer, as an expert in football? What would you recommend to the managers, to the management in sports and business? Is the situation similar? Well, it is, I would say, to some extent, because business is a competitive environment. You have opponent, and if you manufacture the same product or if you are in the same business, you have to clearly define your goals. You have to know well the needs of the market in your product. You should know how to market it, what your challenges and goals should be. I guess you need to know how to become interesting for your consumers. I think the situation is competitive, and you should be ahead of the competition. One more question, and this question is, I think, a question many managers or yes, people on managerial positions were eager to ask you. At the World Cup in 2018, Russia was quite successful, but Russia was not one of the favorites. Nobody could ever think that it's ranked top 4 in the world, in the top 4 globally, but you were phenomenal. You almost reached semi-final, I would say. How did you manage, Stanislav?
So, how did you motivate your people? Well, it was training. We tested many athletes. We chose a way to pass. We were criticized a lot for our performance. 7 games we couldn't win prior to the World Cup. But there were strong teams such as France, Argentina, Belgium, Brazil. We couldn't afford confronting weak teams. We had to test ourselves, and it was hard, and we were criticized hard, but we did what we had planned. And the World Cup testified to the fact that we had been correct. And we played at home, and we played before our fans. The opening game gave a very good start, not only to the Russian team Johnny, but to the entire tournament. The whole world watched and witnessed and realized that Russia was a very good and kind country. I understand that training and preparation is essential. Managers realize it only too well. And when everything goes well, it makes it easier. We have a language, we have a word, a trend, and I think everything went well in your case, everything flew well, but when it wasn't the case, Germany does not impress us a lot, and as it is the case with Russia. How can we find a way out of it? I may sound peculiar, but no matter if you win or lose, no manager can get relaxed or strained. You don't have time to be in sorrow. You have to work in order to correct things. But when things go well, of course, you need to be aware too. You don't have to allow any star illness, and in either case, you need to realize that there are black and white sides in life, and you need to just believe what you're doing. You know that my team was asked a number of questions, both in St. Pete and Moscow, to ask you. So, who is your favorite player in Germany and in the Russian team, and or in the Russian league? I can think on just if I think of just one player, footballer, it wouldn't be fair, since the generation of the players I played with in Germany, Klinsmann, Matthäus, and others, they were world champions, so the entire generation was excellent, great athletes, powerful team. And I would single out the team of 1990 that won the World Cup, and Franz Beckenbauer was their coach. In Russia, I'm a goaltender, and Lev Yashin really gave us the legacy. First goaltender who was awarded the golden football. But Leo Yashin, I think, the best player. What national teams do you think are forerunners in the European Cup and the World Cup? Well, World Cup is too far away. As for the European Cup, you know, Belgium is ranked first, and we played with them in the qualification round. We lost both games, and we will have to play with them in the group again. A very strong team, excellent players, great coach, and I think this is the generation to win. As for Russia, France, Germany, Spain, they are also forerunners. And for us, we need to prepare the best team we can. 2 games will be played in St. Pete, and we would like to qualify from the group. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to offer you some surprise. You know, the CDF studio of Vladislav. Let's walk that way. Once I wanted to get to the CDF. Now I had the chance in Moscow only. I wanted to become a footballer, but I had to play basketball because I'm quite tall. So 5 balls each. 3 balls each. Who starts? Now, your turn. Great professional. A touch of professionalism. It's a draw. 1-to-1, Russia-Germany, 1-to-1. So thank you, Stanislav. I'm coming back to the studio. Have a nice trip back home, and the best of everything to you. Dear guests, dear participants, it's my pleasure to declare the strategic conference on the partnership between Germany and Russia close. It's true that we had a lot of interesting discussions, we shared a lot of interesting ideas, and I think now you are confident that relations between Russia and Germany are based on a number of pillars. We have pillars of cooperation in municipalities, in sports and culture and business. So the mosaic is so strong, and I'm certain that even in the next hard months, we will cope. And I would like to greet you in all the countries where you are, and I would like to greet you and thank you all who stayed with us at the end.